Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna koga book.
And there it is right there. Eyendeba. So there it is right there. And here I am right here. And there you are right there. And here we are. So here we are. Here we go again. So I must kick this session off with an apology. So, of course, this wasn't the session that was advertised, but we've had to defer the advertised session for reasons of logistics. Our guest, Ijele Speaks, he lives in Nigeria, as you know, and we agreed to have this session because he has a lot of commitments. So we agreed to have this session for 9 p.m. So now, I've set it up for 10 p.m. here, thinking that Nigeria was 1 hour behind, but Nigeria was actually 1 hour ahead. So his 10 p.m. is 8 p.m. for him. So the logistics just did not work out. I probably have to take the fault for that because we agreed to start for 9, which was 8 o'clock my time, 9 o'clock his time, because he's 1 hour ahead of me. But I thought he was 1 hour behind me, so I'd set it up for 10 o'clock my time. And 8 p.m. does not work for me. So we've agreed to defer it to Saturday so that we can work out the logistics and still have that session. So Ijele will join us, but sadly not today. So apologies for that. I know a lot of you would have been looking forward to, but you can hold that anticipation in abeyance hold it in animated suspension until he joins us on Saturday. So it's not I was going to say it's not goodbye boys over, but it doesn't apply in this instance. So it's not a cancellation, but a holding in abeyance. So it's held in abeyance to happen for Saturday. It's still the thumbnail is still there, by the way. I just changed the dates. So there it is right there. So we will be having essentially what constitutes a traditional session. So the sessions as we normally do. So and that has always sufficed, by the way. You know, the guests are just usually an added bonus to the sessions. The sessions by themselves, they stand alone for what it is. So standing alone for what it is, the usual protocol are I keep asking you to click on the like button. I'm not quite sure why I do, because nobody really pays attention. It makes for depressing viewing when I look at the numbers of people watching and the numbers of people that are clicking on like, or never mind subscribe. So like, if you want to, click on like, and if you don't want to, then that's entirely down to you. It's not something that it's not something I should labor so hard to achieve, just to ask you to click on some lousy button. So click on the like button if you're so inclined, and if you're not inclined, then that's entirely up to you. So click on like, click on subscribe as well if you are clicking on like. But the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that invites you into the studio space. If you want to engage in the conversation, then hop on. There's no one in the studio at the moment, so hopefully it populates by the time I finish doing the readouts and all that. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come participate. I'm not even going to tell you about the coffee. Nobody does that anymore. So let's just abandon that. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Those are 3 things that I'm inviting you to do if you feel that way inclined. So do those. So what are we contending with today? We're contending as the headline piece with the narrative of a senior boy who had been out of Nigeria for yonks, goes back to Nigeria, but decided to take the scenic route to enter Nigeria, and that is where his travails began. So the travails of a senior boy that goes back to Nigeria. So here it is. US-based Don recounts ordeal at hands of Nigerian immigration police officers. So it's a story all too familiar to most of us. So let's now see how that. Let me put myself. Yes. So let's now see now how that experience panned out for him. Right, US-based Don recounts ordeal at hands of Nigerian immigration police officers. A Nigerian-born United States-based professor of art history, Moyo Okedeji. So a Nigerian-born US-based professor of art history, Moyo Okedeji, has accused personnel of the Nigerian Immigration Service at the Seme border of Benin Republic of stealing $500 from his luggage. Mr. Okedeji, Okedide, not Okedeji, but Okedeji, I beg your pardon, you know I'm terrible with names. Let me start it from the top again. A Nigerian-born United States professor of art history, Moyo Okedeji, Okedeji, has accused personnel of the Nigerian Immigration Service at the Seme border of Benin Republic of stealing $500 from his luggage. Mr. Okedeji, a dual citizen of Nigeria and the United States, on Tuesday evening chronicled his ordeal at the hands of Nigerian immigration and police officers as he journeyed from Ghana by road into Nigeria. Mr. Okedeji, who teaches art history at the University of Texas at Houston, United States, said his trip from Accra, Ghana, through Aflao in Togo and Port Novo in the Benin Republic was smooth until he arrived at the Nigerian border, Seme, around 10:30 a.m. on Tuesday. Everything went well from Ghana, Togo, Benin Republic until I stepped into Nigeria. The first immigration checkpoint that we encountered was at Seme border on the Nigerian side. One of the immigration officers took a look at me and said, "Oga, calm down." To cut a long story short, they robbed me of $500. Mr. Okediji said on his Facebook page on Tuesday. In a telephone interview with correspondents on Tuesday night, Mr. Okediji said the immigration officials took his hand luggage with the money he brought from the United States. Their excuse was that they wanted to search it to see if it contained contraband. He said the officers asked for his Nigerian passport, which he admitted had expired. They said it was an offense for me to enter the country with an expired passport. And by the way, it is not an offense to enter Nigeria with an expired passport. I think that law changed quite a while ago, so it is not an offense to enter Nigeria with an expired passport. I apologized, but they wanted none of that. They said I had to settle them. They had my wallet containing the money I brought to spend in Nigeria. They saw two $20 notes and said I needed to give them these notes. Otherwise, they will seize all the money in the wallet and take me to their office to make a statement. The distraught academic said he eagerly gave them, immigration officers, the $40. They gave me back my things, but when I counted my money later, $500 was missing, he said. When contacted by correspondents on Wednesday, the spokesperson of the Nigerian Immigration Service, Adedotun Aridegbe, promised to phone the controller of the service in Semeboda with a view to investigating the allegations. Mr. Okedeji's trip from Ghana to Nigeria seemed to have been jinxed as a group of policemen seized upon him on arrival at Festac Mile 2 Motor Park in Lagos. After the car from Accra dropped him off at the motor park in Lagos, the lecturer was narrating his predicament at the hands of the immigration officers to his Lagos driver when gun-toting police officers appeared. As the police, searched the bags, they came upon the money I brought from the United States. I introduced myself to them as a professor at the University of Texas, Houston. They asked for identification. I gave them my driving license, the university-issued ID card, my U.S. passport, and my Nigerian passport. They took them from me. By that time, about 10 police officers had descended upon me. Mr. Okedeji told the reporter on the telephone as his voice quaked. He told this reporter that some sculptures that were made for him became a crime. Being an art history professor, Mr. Okedeji said he traveled with a sculpture he intended to work on at his art center for women at the Obafemi Awolowo University, Osun State. The police allegedly described the sculpture as juju, a fetish object. So let's pause there for a moment. Let's imagine for a moment if that sculpture was indeed, in fact, juju. So what would have been wrong with that? If that sculpture that the guy brought in, if it was in fact juju, what would have been wrong with that? Because juju is a religion too, and nativist practices are religions too. It's no different from carrying a Bible or a Quran. So what is wrong with having juju is really, and how is that a crime in the Nigerian statutes? The police allegedly described the sculpture as juju, a fetish object. They found that my suitcases contained my personal effects. They were interested in a pair of shorts, which they said looked like camouflage shorts. They pulled out the shorts. Then there was a sculpture that I made, which they said was juju. They decided to seize my suitcases, hand luggage, ID cards, and all of my money. They said I had to follow them to the police station. Troubled by what the policemen were doing in the full glare of the public, some youths, numbering 50, sprang into action, rescuing the terrified academic. Mr. Okedeji recounted how two youths jumped into the police vehicle and dragged his bags out. They, the youths, accosted one of the officers who held the wallet containing my ID card and my money, shouting, "You better give him back his wallet and money now. We will not let you take him to the police station to kill him like you always do international visitors." The lecturer recounted. He noted that were it not for the timely intervention of the youth, he could have been locked up in a police cell at the Mile 2 Festac police station now, or dead and my body disposed of. He praised his rescuers for putting their lives on the line by standing up to the policemen whom he described as evil and worse than maggot. Asked if he reported the two horrific incidents to the immigration and police authorities, Mr. Okediji said it was not necessary because the leadership of the agencies knew about the extortionist practices of the officers. You know, I will not make any formal report. I think the authorities are certainly aware of the brutality and extortionist practices of the men in uniform. I believe the people in power witness these excessive practices and just choose to turn a blind eye because it does not affect them. When he remembers the names of the immigration and police officers who maltreated him, he said he knew none of them, as some wore their uniform without name tags, whilst others were in mufti. The police did not use their official vehicle, he said. There it is. So that's the. Should I give it today? Let me just give it today. And whilst the spokesperson of the Nigerian Immigration Service, Mr. Whatever his name is, promised to ensure the case is investigated by authorities of his agency, the police spokesperson, Olumuyiwa Adejobi, did not respond to calls. Of course he wouldn't. Mr. Okedeji, who hails from Oyo State, southwest Nigeria, recalls the traumatic moment he left Nigeria 30 years ago when he swore never to step foot in the country again. Obviously, the country has fallen much lower since then, and now is a danger zone in which men in uniform of all description, immigration, custom, police, vehicle inspection officers, and others wearing uniforms are difficult to define. They have all taken over the country and made it difficult for citizens to enjoy or even subsist in their own country. Despite his nasty encounter with law enforcement officers, the academic, who chooses to visit Nigeria by road because he wanted to catch a glimpse of the lagoon landscape, believes not all police officers are bad. He urged the government to do something to save the citizens from law enforcement officers paid to protect the lives of the people, but jeopardizing the very existence of citizens they took an oath to assist. Giving reasons for his trip to Nigeria, Mr. Okedeji said he had longed to see his art center at the Obafemi Awolowo University after being away for so long. Comparing the security situation in Nigeria with Ghana, Mr. Okedeji said the peace in the latter is something money cannot buy, relishing the great friendship he struck in the West African country. So there it is right there. Ghana, a more civilized country than Nigeria. So those are the woes, tales of woes of a long out of the country old boy who decided after 30 years to revisit his own home country, and Nigeria happened to him. Oh, Austin, not Houston. I beg your pardon, Alexander Gomez. So, Austin, Texas. Austin, Texas. So there it is. So those are travails of an old boy who decided to visit home after a long time away, and that also happened to him. So that was what happened to him. So now, over the course of the last few hours or so, breaking news. It looks as though Akpabio may well be. I don't know. Let's see what's happening with Akpabio. Senate President Akpabio collapses after his birthday colloquium in Abuja, wheeled on stretcher into special room in hospital. So there it is right there. Senate President Godswill Akpabio on Tuesday collapsed at the Transcorp Hilton Hotel in Abuja and was rushed to hospital. Correspondents learned that Akpabio slumped whilst seeing President Bola Tinubu off. Tinubu and other dignitaries had gathered at the conference hall of the hotel for a colloquium to mark the 64th birthday of the Senate President in Abuja. Sources told correspondents that Akpabio was briefly stabilized before being taken to hospital. Senate President Akpabio collapsed today after his 61st birthday colloquium in Abuja while seeing the president off. He was briefly stabilized before being rushed to the NNPC hospital in Abuja, where he was wheeled into a special room on a stretcher. He has remained in hospital at the that just tells you all we need to know about that. So that tells all we need to know about that. So let me just give you this one as a headline. I just saw it. Okay, yeah, I'll give you this one as a headline, and then maybe a couple of paragraphs, and then we leave it there. Jesus may come. Jesus may come back on October the 1st. This is the General Overseer of the Redeemed Church. The General Overseer of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Pastor Enoch Adeboye, has said Jesus Christ might return to the world on October the 1st of a year that is yet to be known. Is that not the Nigerian Independence Day? So, I don't know, man. The Christian leader said this in a video played at the homecoming reception ceremony organized for the just recalled Nigeria High Commissioner to the United Kingdom, XYZ, whatever his name is. So Jesus is coming, according to Adeboye. So Jesus is coming, according to Adeboye. Tinubu should beg them. Shehu Sani reacts as ShopRite moves to end operations in Kano. So it's just a tale of just all these multinationals just moving out of Nigeria at record speed. And it's all wrapped around the narrative of the Naira, by the way. A former Kaduna Central Senator, Shehu Sani, has sent a crucial message to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu as Kano ShopRite reportedly moves to close down its operations. So it's not moving out of Nigeria. There's no money in Kano now. Why did ShopRite even go to Kano in the first place? Is it not just too old that they eat there? What do they know about civilized living? In a post shared on his X page, formerly Twitter, Sani on Thursday, December the 14th, urged President Tinubu to appeal to the management of the retail outlet in the ancient city of Kano, insinuating the people will be greatly affected by the development. Why would the people be greatly affected? If there is no traffic, then of course, that tells you then that Kano is not even really ready for a ShopRite. I read a statement that Kano ShopRite is closing down its operations. The president should beg them to stay. What is Tinubu's business in some corner shop shutting down in Kano State? Meanwhile, the ShopRite Mall announced its intention to cease operations in its Kano branch from January the 14th, 2024. This was contained in a circular signed by the management of the retail supermarket on Thursday, December the 14th, 2023. The mall, located in Bayero, Kano State, said it would not continue its operations in the state due to the current financial situation of the mall, in the state. The mall located in Bayero, Kano State said it would not continue its operation in the state due to the current financial situation of the mall in the state, as well as the difficult business climate in the country. So, yes, there's no traffic is essentially what they're saying. Meanwhile, an ex-user confirmed also that ShopRite Mall was closing its operations and shared details of the development. So there it is. So what's the big deal? I suppose that appends to the narrative of just how many of those sort of spaces are living in Nigeria now. All right. Let me do. Let me just do one last thing, and then we'll just bring up the conversation. So to our charity push again, the One Man Went to More Level Up initiative. You already know what it's all about. Hassan was actually meant to submit some clips for us to see where the what we're canvassing for. So Hassan was meant to submit some clips, and he has been trying to upload it. It's 2 gigs, and he cannot upload it from Maiduguri. He has been trying for the last 4 hours. So he'll continue to try, and if he's able to upload it, then I'll present it to you. But just to tell you where we are in terms of what's been gotten so far. So Adeyinka Adetunji, he kicked it off with 45. So this anonymous right here with the 150, that's Kulata right there. He didn't want his real name showing, but of course, we have to acknowledge it. So that's Kulata right there. And Ayodele Ogun Lowo, there he is right there. And Prince Daddy, as earlier says today. So all that. So all that, let's play the Kegite music, and then we'll bring on the people who have turned up.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, you don't come oh. Hapa oh naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Obi master keke elemu re o. Chifu faila ti keke elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudodo jare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o odile o. Oduyẹla ẹyẹ o odile o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o odile o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ odile o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko ni riwagbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So Ikuko ni riwagbeshe. We've got Ajanle Koko joining us as ever, and Dewale with him as well. So good to see you both, gentlemen. So let me kick it off with you, Dewale, if you're ready to go. Dewale.
I'm here, man.
Ogagba, how far? You're always driving.
Oh well. Sometimes. I think that's where I usually have my privacy. most so.
Yes. Yeah, I know what you mean. Sometimes you just want to. Is the escape from the work is actually a break from home, not the other way around.
Everywhere I work and everywhere it's always, you know, yeah.
Adewale, the most corrupt, the man from the most corrupt state in the whole operation of Nigeria.
We are learning from the master.
Where is that coming from? Is that part of your after hours?
Ogun
State in Nigeria.
Look, Ekiti State, Ondo State, Osun State are all conservative in nature. They are trustworthy, they are straightforward. But you know what? The moment Ogun State started having hands in their affair, that was when their life turned upside down. It's as it is now. You can't even tell the difference. You know the old Ondo State before, after moving away from Western region. We were doing okay. We were straightforward. We take no for answer. We are go-getter. But now, everything has turned upside down. Ogun State, in particular, corrupted. Lagos, then moved downward. And then everything
is that the way you're going to repay us? Is that the way you're going to repay us for civilizing you people?
It's not about civilization. It's about influencing people. Because of the proximity of Ogun State to Lagos,
bringing civilization to you is what you call corruption, or what do you mean?
No, when the slave master first landed in Nigeria, where did they make their story? Is it not Ogun State? So if they didn't conquer Ogun State, they wouldn't have come all the way down to the likes of Ekiti and all that. So yes, if you are talking about it was the proximity of Ogun State to Lagos State that causes all this. If not, if I wish we have the distance like let's say like Anambra to Lagos. Oh, we would have enjoyed that. But no.
Yeah, Dewale, one man take over.
All right. So Dewale. Dewale, let me kick you off with this man. Okay, so he's been out of the country for goodness 30 years, he claims. One of those instances when you dust your feet at the boarding of the plane to say, promising yourself that you would never go back to that country again. So 30 years out of Nigeria, he's now a professor of art at Alexander corrects me, Austin, Texas, not Houston, but Austin, Texas. So he's now a professor, so now a made man. So he now decides to go back to Africa, but he wanted to really enjoy himself. So he landed in Ghana and decided to drive all the way through so he can see the coastlines in all its serenity, especially the lagoon. And he enjoyed all of that, cutting through Accra, all the way through Aflao, through Port Novo, just a delightful experience. And then he hits Semeboda, and then the armed robbery starts. Not the tradition.
Where is Ankara?
Accra.
Okay.
Ghana. Did I say look at this guy. You are trying to catch me out.
One man and pronunciation.
You are trying to catch me out. I'm an Oyo man. Don't ever worry about it.
This Adelewale.
Is even Hakim. Within 5 minutes now, we'll be asleep. We'll be saying Hakim. Now you hear him snoring.
I'm not gonna be asleep. I have early morning flights to catch.
So are you going home for Christmas?
I'm traveling. I'm going to Spain.
Oh God! Viva España! Look at that. Well done. All right. So. I mean, it's just a harrowing experience, isn't it? So
I want you to tell me that story. I'm enjoying the way you started. Continue with where you stopped.
No. Yes, like I said, it's a guy probably left Nigeria late 30s thereabout. They decided that the experience in Nigeria so traumatic that when he boarded that flight out of Nigeria, he looked back for the last time. It's a bit like a point of no return during the slavery, that I'm looking at this land for the last time, and he said goodbye to the country. But the nostalgia after 30-something years away from home, he now a made man, a professor of art at Austin University in Texas. So everything done. So he's a professor of art, and then he wants to bring all of that his achievement to come and manifest in the learnings in his own home country, and he set up a base in University of Ife. But he wanted the whole splendor of the African experience. So rather than fly directly to Nigeria, he flew into Ghana and decided to enter by Nigeria by road because he wanted to enjoy the coastal splendor of what was the African landscape, especially along the lagoon route. And all of the delights that he imagined manifested in that trip from Accra, Ghana, all the way through Flao in Togo, and they entered Port Novo, and everything was smooth and delightful as he had envisaged. But then he landed at Semeboda. Waiting you carry, open your boot. The immigration officers robbed him. So they took all of his things. They said they wanted to conduct a search. They said his passport had expired, that if he did not give them $40, they would take him to the office and traumatize his life. He gave them $40, but by the time he left there, he realized they had stolen $500 from him. So, so the trauma of that, by the way, so then he bought whatever to land then at mile 2, to then pick up a transport to wherever he was being based. So as he boarded the transport to wherever he's based, he was accosted by gun-toting policemen who forced him out of the car. Identify yourself. And they realized he was an Americano. By the time they realized he was an Americano, the 1 or 2 policemen turned into 10, pointing guns at him, searching him through, confiscating all of his things, and then they were going to throw him, because of course they saw dollars in the bags. So they're going to throw him into the police car. But then luckily for him, a group of youths, they waded into the situation, yanked him out of the police van, and collected his properties back. So that was his experience. But then, of course, it's nothing new or novel. The trauma that is Nigeria.
Oma, are you there?
I'm here. Yeah. What do you talk about? Yeah.
I'm laughing at you reading the story because it's a typical story of any American returnee back to the homeland. Last night we touched on this topic briefly. That was a late night discussion. We're talking about, was it last night or day before yesterday? Myself and Ola, we're talking about Nigeria can easily smell you out, that you in their midst. And that could also, give me 1 second. So, and with that, his case is very pathetic in the sense that I don't know what pushed him out or sent him abroad, for him to have emigrated and decided not to come home. I don't know what happens to him, his condition, his immigration status. But it's good to, as a professor, I expect him to be more fast in terms of, international traveling, especially when Africa is not as safe as the way, like European country or any other part of the world. But I expect him to have done due diligence by doing his, research about where he's going. I mean, there's nothing wrong in, doing the road trip. I mean, I enjoy doing a road trip. But you see, there's been stories in the news lately about how some of these Nigerian authorities, Nigerian police and immigration, they've been in the news lately about the exploitation of, innocent people, innocent passengers, traveling through our airport. Thank God people are now using, hidden cameras to capture these people. And I bet you if there was no evidence like the audio visual, they would have, denied requesting bribe from these innocent people. But you see, even apart from the military or police forces and all that, ordinary Nigeria will want to get something from you. It's like an entitlement. I don't know. They want to take advantage of you. If it is $5, they will call it $500 for you. That is an average Nigerian. And we can blame it on, the prevalent economic situation in Nigeria. I don't think so. I think it's about the character. That is who we are. And that is why we, as Black people, have not progressed. Because we don't embrace tourism.
Is your lad that is speaking?
Can I ask one man there?
All these Yoruba people sound the same, I mean.
I don't know. So, sorry.
That's Dewale.
Dewale, sorry. I'm sorry.
Dewale,
the thing is, this man has been out of the country for a long time. So he traveled through the Aflahos, through the Togo, Benin Republic. He didn't have none of those problems. So how come it is those people? They're also Black people. How come it is when it reached the Nigerian Black people side, everything become another thing?
If you traveling, there was a time there was a story about Brazil. That Brazil was not safe. That Brazil was full of criminals and all that. But yeah, people keep traveling to Brazil, right?
Do you think that Nigeria is slowly being isolated as an uncivilized space? Because this man's narrative is not unique or peculiar. There have been countless stories of you drive all the way through all of these spaces, it's smooth roads, somewhat civilized, at least civilizing sort of officialdom, and then when you enter Nigeria, it's potholes, waiting you carry, shabbily dressed as supposed security agents with no name tags on them, just from as lowly as Benin, smooth roads, civilized official behavior, and then you hit that, and they're slowly leaving us behind.
One man, we need to start calling it what it is. We need to start saying Southern Nigeria. Southern Nigeria.
No.
Is it different in the north?
Yes, so it is different in the north.
I beg your pardon. There's nowhere you cannot find criminal, whether in the north or in the south or in the east or in the west. The thing is this, one man. Look, that man, I don't know how old he is. If I'm traveling to Europe now, let's say I'm going to a country that I've never been before. I've never been to Jamaica and I intend to go to Jamaica. Do you think I'll be so carefree and I'll just think everywhere looks like where I'm living? No. I want to take every precaution. I'm not going to travel carelessly because I will see everyone that I'm going to come across as criminal. It's as simple as that. But once you are guided, you will be able to identify all these, issues that they're encountering. I mean, I don't expect it for someone who have left the shore of this country. I believe in private media, more than over 60 years of age, right? They're just coming in through that terrible, porous, evil highway. I mean, coming from Benin to Nigeria. That is one of the terrible routes to even coming to Nigeria.
So Adewale, what you are confirming to us is that Nigeria is not a safe place. If you are coming,
no, it has never been.
Yeah, so you are confirming it's not a safe place. You are coming in, even though you are a Nigerian.
You see, Babajane Koko, I wouldn't want to generalize and condemn it totally. The thing is this. It's possible that the same route that he took, Babajane Koko, that same route that he took, it's possible that somebody else will take that route and will not encounter such treatment.
Nobody.
No. Ajale Koko, the experience of a regular African traveler will always be different from the experience of an international traveler. One, they can already, just visually they can spot that is not from the norm, and they will step him down. And if you go through that route, Adewale, they will know that you are not the normal traveler. They will step you down and they will shake you down.
No, everybody passes through that route. They pay. They know the tradition. That is the tradition there. The transporters, if you are going by public transport, they pay them.
I'm not
Sometimes
disputing that. I'm not disputing that. If you and I are traveling that route of Agalekoko, of course you would have prepared and they will ask you for what you bring for them, right? Because that is not, that is normal.
And they normally have several blocks along that route too. Several. One, when you pass one patrol, or what do you call it, one block, when you move forward, you see another block. They have their what do you call it? Those ones will take money from you too. Yes, but those people, they know the regular transporter on that route, so they understood each other. The people that normally pass through that route all the time, they know the custom, know them. So there's a way they pay their fee and go. But like you said, one man, if you are a new person, if you are new to this thing, they will they will shake you down very, very, very hard, because you don't have the knowledge of how much you have to pay. You don't have the knowledge of how the game is played along the routes. So you'll be thoroughly shaken down, So, but it's a bad thing. It's very, very bad. It's only in Nigerian, crossing into Nigeria, that you experience such, senseless extortion. It's bad. We'll leave it there.
It's not just that they extort you. They will forcefully search your stuff, forcefully search your body, search everything. Look, I had that same experience.
Yeah, was 2001. Oh, okay.
In 2000, was it 2001? I had that experience. I think I was going to Abidjan at the time. It was in that same border, the Nigerian Benin Republic border, semi-border, that I had the worst experience when I was this God so kind. I split all the money that was with me in different form. So what happened? The driver will tell you, "Oh, you guys need to get off the bus and then go and walk through the border and then do the check-ins." That's where they get you. They just get you straight right there. So, "Oh, you come here. Oh, you don't want to pay? I'll take you through the back. If you follow them, you are in trouble." "Oh, you come here." Look, it doesn't matter what you do. At the time, I'm not even as aware as I am now. So, like, it was all panicking. Before you know it, I had about what? I must have given them about 20,000 CFA at the time, long time ago, So and as soon as I go past that place, I had no issue at all. I think from Benin Republic, we took the Steve. I don't know if you know, there's a coach they call Steve at the time. He used to travel from Benin Republic all the way to Abidjan, even sometimes to Bamako. So I took that bus at the time. There was no issue at all. Every other places, they just do their job and they let you go. But if you get to Nigeria one, no, they look for a way to steal from you.
Yeah, one man, there was this guy from Ghana called, what's the name of him? A very short guy. He does
Wadamaya.
He had one of his episodes where he traveled that route, he covered, and then encountered some African Americans that visited Ghana and were trying to go across that coastline too, and they were exploited in another. I can't remember the country, but that means it's not particular to Nigeria only; it's everywhere. Well, my suggestion is this, because we can keep talking about the problem, we will solve any issue. Is that majority of this personnel they put in the station and across the border checkpoint and all that, some of them have never been outside the shore of this country, so they don't know. Even though all the training they've received has always been a local training, some of them have never traveled out to see how it feels or how it feels like, to visit another country, and they can't see themselves. We are examining their character and their conduct now. So I believe what I think is that their training should include being, taken to another country for exchange program where they can see and watch how immigrations or security personnel actually conduct their job, by being an ambassador of the country and see the way, things are done. So maybe that will change the orientation because some of these people, they only, some of them just receive maybe 2 or 3 few weeks training and that's the state they put them by even at the airport. You see the way that woman was demanding bribe from a traveler asking for a price, even haggling the price from 5,000 to 3,000, with carefree, So what kind of training you expect that woman to have had, from custom just be thrown into the airport to start shutting down? So to me, I think that training should be included, but doing maybe some exchange program, even take them to the other West African country, an exchange program with the authority over there and watch them, let them watch and mirror the way they've been done in other parts of the world. Because
the Nigerian armed forces are actually like the Nigerian armed robbers. They are more armed robbers than armed forces, aren't they, really?
I mean, are they not Nigerians? They are Nigerians. They are not Togolese. They are not Ghanaians. They are Nigerians. And you see, when you pick from the system, and the system is corrupted, the system is not clean. And there's no way you can. If you harvest a tuber, a yam tuber, if you don't wash it and you cook it like that, you are going to eat dirt, right? So you have to clean it out. You have to, polish it and make it more edible. That is the way you can enjoy it. So when you pick from a society that is corrupt, morally corrupt, and they operate in that same environment, there's no way you will not encounter a situation like this. And the government can keep paying lip service to it, but if they don't deal with the fundamental issue, the people that are being employed to be the ambassadors, to be at those checking points, they need to be well drilled and psychologically drilled to know what their intentions are, and also to ensure that some of them are qualified, and the best of the best society should be the one manning our gate, not just any other person. Because look, we can from now to tomorrow talking the economic situation is what makes them to be doing that. But
all right, yeah, breaking up quite a bit,
morally upright in the society, we will keep encountering this. We can't find it in Europe. You can't. I mean, you see, American immigration officer that will put you in the corner and say, "Look, give me what you have in your pocket, and I will let you in." No. How much are you going to give them? You can't even bribe their police. I'm not saying some police are not corrupt.
You can't bribe the police in America. Who told you that?
Yeah.
All right, Diwali, you are breaking up quite a bit. Let Tunaja come in. I think he was to chime in. Tunaja.
Thank you, one man. Greetings. Thank you for having me and everyone on the panel. Greetings to you and the chat and
I got the call. That was what happened. The call came in. So.
Yeah.
All right.
And greeting to the viewers. I think I have a slightly different take on this. I agree with everything that has been said. That this, in that border, I don't know why is it that Nigerians, you go through other countries, the shock of coming to Nigeria is always it will hit you. The moment you hit that border, except you are already aware that they are going to hit you, so it's not going to be a shock anymore. But if you are not expecting it, you are going to see the Nigerian. It's a step change from other countries. When I landed in the Abuja once, and I was like, the way these people were behaving, it's almost like they don't even want you to come back. It's like, why do we have this culture where we don't want people to come to the country, the people that we need, though, and we are corrupt on top of it? When you are corrupt, you would think you want people to come in and pay you to come in, but they top it up with bad attitude on top of it. It's like, I don't know. It's like these people. This is not just the leaders now. So whatever the leaders have done to condition us like this, it's really weird. Where our people are so hostile. They are hostile to their fellow Nigerians to return even back. You want to get passport so that you can come to Nigeria. They make it hard for you. What kind of culture is this? There's only as much as you can blame on leaders. How did it happen in such a way that the combination of all things is to just make us suffer and to make people unfriendly, and you don't want nobody coming to the country, because I see them when you want to leave, they are even nicer to you when you want to leave Nigeria than when you want to come in. And
But
you are in Nigeria now.
to Nigeria is fast evolving into a uniquely Nigerian experience.
One
Because
might. It's not fast. It is not fast
other
evolving.
African,
It is not fast evolving.
other
It is who we
African
are.
countries, other African countries are starting to straighten up their
Yeah.
act. But Nigeria seems to be getting worse.
Yeah, you see Kenya announcing visa-free entry, and Nigeria is still like, who visa-free? We are trying to protect a very great country with a lot of resources that nobody can. I don't understand it. Why are you not opening your border? Why are you acting as if the whole world wants to come and rob you? The people that want to come and rob you, you invite them with red carpet every day. Run to their country to go and beg them. But the fellow Africans, you make their life hell. You make fellow Nigerians their life hell. I don't understand this thing. I think we really need to take time to examine why we behave like this, because it's really
Nigeria is a backward country. Nigeria is a backward country. We have to say that.
It's not the country.
Backward countries take bribe. Backward countries
backward.
take bribe. I don't understand. It's like a colonial thing where, as long as a black man, especially a Nigerian, you have to treat them badly. You have to make sure when it comes to coming back to Nigeria, you make it hard. But when it comes to leaving, they make it easier for you to leave. Like when I was returning back to the UK, I didn't have any problems. But coming in, it's like, what is your point? Are you trying to prevent people from coming to spend pounds in Nigeria and dollars in Nigeria? What kind of people are these? The attitude they portray is part of why we are where we are. I don't know whether there's something their leaders are doing to encourage them to behave like this, where they act very hostile to people coming back to Nigeria. They will search you here. They will tell you, this phone, you have to pay for this phone. This phone that you have is it doesn't look like this. And the attitude that they give you, that's even the worst of it. When I looked at the guy, I told him, you know what, I don't understand it. That when people are coming in, they are trying to bring things into the country, and you are just making their life more difficult. And because I said that, he even got more crossed. He said, you people to take you and tell us what to do and all. I said, but that is not the point. I'm saying something that is going to be good for the country. You want people to be coming in, not to be, especially Nigerians. And it's like they are discouraging Nigeria. They want Nigerians to leave.
I don't know why they don't have like a secret. That is if they want the system to work, which you will argue that they don't. I don't know why they don't have like a secret shopper sort of test of those sort of spaces. So they'll have an agent who just travels through like a normal person, and then he would then through his experience see how that system works. You know, a secret shopper.
Secret traveler can do that. Mm-hmm. But the problem is that their leaders, I think their leaders are the ones putting them up to this sort of behavior.
Yeah, they're all on a commission now. They're all on a commission, you know.
What kind of commission is that? Because if you want commission, you see, that's what I find peculiar. If you want commission, is it not just, hey, give me something now, all the kind of stuff? You know, there's something you would, but these people, they just want to make your life miserable. And me, I've learned their tactics. In Nigeria, if you want to deal with Nigerian authorities, just pretend as if you packed your bag to come and sleep with them. They will be the ones that want to kick you out. Go away, you're just bothering us now. Some of them, they will threaten to arrest you because you look like you are there to sleep with them. So that is the way you deal with them. You have to, if you act as if you want to get on with your business like you do everywhere else in the world, they will look to make your life a misery. And I forgot that once when I got to Nigeria, and they made my life a misery. Because I was thinking that they are going to be rational. Like, you know, I'm coming back, you know, just let me through and do my thing. No, they don't want to hear that. They will look for every excuse to make your life a misery. And they will tell you that, okay, let's say you have an item that they say you need, what they call it, EUC or something like that, end user agreement certificate to this. They will tell you to go and get end user certificate, knowing full well you will never get it. You will apply to that end user certificate website. They will tell you because we are not issuing any end user certificate anymore. That you can't get end user certificate. The customer has got your goods. This is the madness we live in Nigeria. You try to talk to them, they won't want to talk to you. No, there's no reasoning with them. And I don't personally, there is that aspect that I find that weird. I like this type when they talked about, you know, Nigerian police searching people or being hostile at the border. They try to prevent people from going in. But I see it from a point of view that it's almost like they are more aggressive when you're coming in. They are not as aggressive when you're going out. That's why if you don't hear people complaining that when they want to leave Nigerian border, they don't complain. It's when they're coming in. That's when they give them real tough time. And I ask myself, how many terrorists is attacking Nigeria through those borders? Why are they acting as if you are coming to flood the country with drugs or something like that? You know, the attitude is really weird. And it's not only in the Nigerian border, it's happening in the Nigerian embassy here. They embarrass Nigerians in the UK here. Then the queue, you will not see any other embassy where they queue like that. They'll queue in the street.
You know, I don't know why they don't just. They claim to have a ticketing system. They should just have a ticketing system at that. It's a traumatic experience. That Nigerian embassy is a hellish experience.
That one, don't even go there at all. If you go there, it will just be a whole day topic. Whole day topic. I'm telling you. You see, the person that is going for his passport is going there with a mindset to go and bribe somebody. The person that is working there is working there with a mindset to collect bribe. So
that's what they did now. I saw it now. I saw it happen. I saw it happen this year.
Somebody who refused to do to go through the process the right way, will just walk to the embassy without an appointment, without anything. Is trying to give somebody 20, 40 euros to get easy appointment, to be fast tracked ahead of the people who did it the right way.
It's just 2 weeks remaining for it to be 6 months for me to get my passport renewed. Because I didn't bribe anybody.
On top of that, so on top of that, 1 month, then imagine this: you go to Nigeria, you get to the airport, you get to the immigration, you hand them Nigerian passport, and then they'll be asking you, where is your European passport? What you want to check if that one is real or what? What has it got to do with Nigeria? Why is it Nigerian immigration asking you for your European passport or your European resident after you handed in a Nigerian passport?
All right, we must move on. Let's move on from there. Dewale has left us, so you take the floor, Akim, and take us to River State, a gift that just keeps on giving. So the Attorney General of the state just resigned. 6 commissioners have resigned. The governor has presented an 800 billion naira budget for even the size of that budget itself, a topic by itself. But that 800 billion naira budget, he submitted it to the House of Assembly, but who was present? Only 4 parliamentarians. So how not to do it, River State style, Akim?
Yeah, but one man, those for me, yeah, there seems to be an issue, but you have to understand these are politics. These are politics playing itself out. Politics, Nigerian style. That is what is happening in River State right now. But for me, whether the governor whether Fubara will survive or not, it depends on the amount of people that leaves his government. So you see, commissioners are leaving now. The true test will be when the deputy governor leaves him. Then you know that's a big trouble. I think one of the things that saved Obaseki when he had the same problem at the time was that he was able to split the Oshomole's team. So some were loyal to him. So that was one of the things. That was one of the leg that he stood on at the time. If you look at the SSG to the government, then it was loyal to Obaseki. Deputy governor was loyal to Obaseki, and some cabinet members were loyal to him. So, and these people they had like a part of the structures Oshomole had in especially Edo South at the time. So whatever Fubara is going to do now depends on the amount of weak structures that he can lure to his side. If he's wise enough, if he's money, whatever he can use to entice as many as possible, those ones that he knows that have political grounds that work for Wike, he should try and bring those people to his side. If not, all of this thing he's doing now, they will just collapse on him, because it doesn't make any sense if you are there as a governor and then you don't have no structure. They'll just wait for you 4 years' time. you lose the election. Simple as that.
Do you think they should just initiate the impeachment procedure and then we see how it plays out? Because these things is just it's just what is like watching a B movie, isn't it? So the Wike moves his loyalist out of the party. Fubara goes and demolishes the State House of Assembly. Fubara presents a budget to 4 people and 6 people resign. It's a farce. So let them just start the impeachment procedure and let us see where this lands.
Yeah, but the Wike faction of that house doesn't, at the moment, currently as we speak, as things stand now, don't have the legal power to impeach the governor, because as we speak, according to the pronunciation from the court, the Fubara sides are the one that are the legitimate speaker of the house. So, and those people are not even giving them room to come and sit with them because they've declared their seat vacant. How legally that is, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, but I think it's a game that is going to,
Do you not need a certain number of parliamentarians to have a quorum in the?
Yeah,
Can you have an assembly of 4 people? I mean,
but what they did was to first of all declare those seats vacant, right? So when you declare the seat vacant, it's as if those people, the seat does not exist at the moment. So the only seats that exist are the ones that were present at the time.
Yeah, but do you not need a certain number of assembly members
I think
to enact anything?
The law always say a third of the house must sit. That was what the laws, according to what I have my understanding, that was what the law says.
Yeah, but a third of the house is not 4 now. Even if they declare the seat vacant, those seats are still there. So it's not that they've voided the seat.
The seats are not represented at the time. So the functions of government is not going to hold. It's not going to just stand still just because certain seats are not being filled. So government will still be government. Government will still move on. But I think that is still subject. Probably that is going to be subject to interpretation when they go to court, if that is legal or not, or if it's not lawful, then maybe Fubara will be running an illegal budget for the year. So all of these things, is going to be subject to court. Even the proclamation of the court from Rivers State, where the judge declared the Fubara faction the authentic speaker of the house, and not just by that, also giving Fubara the power to demolish the State House of Assembly. And these are some of the judgments that have come out of our judiciary system. Sometimes that I have problem with. These are the same kind of judgment you get with Yaya Bello, the same judgment you get with Yesu at the time.
Sorry, what was the purpose of destroying the? What was the reason for destroying the assembly building?
The reason was that because of the first time where there was an explosion that took place during when they said they wanted to impeach the governor. That the governor sent people there to put an explosive. So they are not saying after they've carried out some check that they say that the building is not structurally strong enough to stand, so they have to demolish it and rebuild it all over again. That is what they say. So I'm not an engineer. I did not visit the building.
To be fair, destroying the building shouldn't stop anything really, because even if they wanted to convince somewhere else, they can always convince somewhere else. But for me anyway, I think Wike is causing problems, and what is going on there could spin out of control.
I don't think Wike is causing problem. I think the problem is that when you wanted to go into any form of agreement, you must understand that there are consequences with those agreements you go into. So as adults,
no. Are you saying that side agreement in our national affairs or state affairs should be prioritized? It has nothing to do with the state. If Wike has issues with Fubara, let him take it out with him as a person, not go and start causing chaos in his state.
So
this stuff can get out of control badly.
Yeah, but when you want to analyze, this issue, you have to analyze it objectively, not subjectively. You have to be impartial when
It's not about being partial. You see, I always, if you want to be impartial, be on the side of the people. What these people are doing now is distracting from the work of governance.
Okay, good morning. Hold on, please. Tunaja, Wike is not causing any crisis in Rivers. If Wike come to the center of Port and say, "Oh, Fubara must not govern the state,"
oh, so that's why they are calling Wike. I think it's only him that is doing it.
Hold on. What you just said, both of them have agreement issue. It's supposed to be dealt with on the side, but Fubara tend to bring it to the open, seeking ethnicity and sympathy. Now it made it look like he called Wike up first, and Wike have to respond. Wike was alone in Abuja when he was shouting his name that Wike wants to impeach Fubara.
What is the agreement? The agreement is a corrupt agreement.
Hold on now. It's not an agreement now. I just listen to what I just said. Wike was on his own important call when Fubara people were campaigning, protesting that Wike is wants to impeach Fubara. Wike is demanding for 25%. They both went to ITV channels. Wike is demanding for 25%. Did you hear from Wike or Wike's people or anybody political lives in Port Harcourt? They whip up all this sentiment, rumor we are hearing. Everything we are hearing today is from Fubara's side.
Yes, but do you see Wike coming out openly to deny strongly? Do you see
he came out and said,
I saw the way he denounced it. He didn't denounce it so strongly. Somebody's accusing you
hold on. Wike just answered you. It's a sad issue, and he was saying what is nonsense they're talking about percentage. He's talking about don't touch my structure. That's politics, which anybody can say, which any person will say. He did not tell the guy not to come out.
It's not his structure.
Hold on now. So there are many questions now. Just listen. Wike came on TV and said, do not touch my political structure. Political structure is party. It has nothing to do with governance. It's not here we can say appoint a new commissioner or give contract to Julius Berger as a causing problem. Don't touch the political structure.
You don't know how corrupt you are sounding.
No. So, you are sounding. Listen. I'm not defending him. We are in Nigeria. We study politics.
Oh my God.
No. Not oh my God. Tunaja, don't sound like you are standing for me.
No, code for corruption.
You're just standing funny. You're just standing funny. Even your country you are there, the country you are in America, when Obama came in as a president, when Republicans changed their
not in America.
Hold on.
It's not in America. It's in Britain.
No.
It doesn't live in
I want to make an example to him in America. This Republican guy. I want to make an example to him.
It's even worse in America.
No, I want to take him to 2008. If as an adult there, this former Republican chairman, something Reed, the black man. Did you see how they were fighting? How they were dealing with Obama? How they were talking about their structure in Republican? What concerns structure does not have anything to do with governance.
They were not
destabilizing. It does not destabilize the party. Government does not stabilize it.
It is stabilizing the state even. The state itself is being
Fubara. Listen, let's talk politics. It's Fubara that is waking up a sentiment. Politics, when APC is having problem with Oshomole and Obaseki, when they remove Oshomole, this is destabilize APC structure, governance.
At the core of this is godfatherism.
What are you talking about here? I don't like we cannot like Fubara, but don't talk that big guns and people come here to whip up sentiment here.
Let me tell you something. I grew up in Port Harcourt, so I know what I'm talking about.
Doesn't matter where you grew up.
Hold on, let me say what I need to say, because I was shocked when people told me that the governorship of that state has been governed is been in the hands of the Quere group of people in the River State. I was shocked that they accepted it up till now, and now Fubara is in office, and they won't even let him govern, and suddenly all this stuff starts happening, and you are talking about structure. You're talking about agreement. Those are corrupt things, because Wike has served his time. Nobody's going after him. He's in Abuja. Let the person that is in charge now do his own. Nobody was bothering him when he was governing too. Jesus Christ, you can't be excusing these things.
Tunaja, look, you don't understand how politics works. I think you're talking from a layman point of view. So the way
that's what I care about, the people. I don't care about all these people that are just trying to destroy the state,
but
because this stuff is going to spill out of control.
Governance that the people benefit from is all a package. So it's not like somebody just come in and the people benefit. No, it's a package. So that's why there's a constitution, there's a political party, and those political party affairs is what leads to governance, and governance will affect the people. So what is playing out now is party affair. Okay, so notice stop Fubara right now from constructing road for the people. So what they
actually
are doing
it does.
How does it?
When he's worrying about this in impeachment, when he's worrying about they said the police almost shot him. When he's worrying about all these instabilities,
to Niger, it does not affect It does not affect him giving contract to construct road. He just did. When he was there before this fight, he's supposed to be arrested. He gave out contract and paid in full. He wanted something billion to the Las Vegas. Just 1 month.
Maybe he could have done.
No. We don't know.
If commissioners are quitting, that is not a good thing.
No, it does that. You appoint another tomorrow. People finishing tomorrow. You appoint another 20 commissioners.
That time you are using to replace them.
Not the time. Tomorrow you appoint 20. What are you guys talking about now? Commissioner resigning in his government is not. I don't understand. No. Nobody's defending anything.
You can even run the government short term without commissioners. You have
commissioners. What are you talking about now?
You see why our country is where it is. You are excusing when people are making governance difficult unnecessarily. We already have a lot of problems. We need a smooth system where people are actually able to govern. When you have 6 commissioners resigning, House of Assembly getting destroyed, impeachment here, 25% there, all this stuff.
Let me ask you a simple question.
Tribal tensions.
Let me ask you a simple question. Who burned the House of Assembly at the first place?
Who burned the what?
The House of Assembly they destroyed now. Who burnt it?
I don't know, but somebody implied.
Okay, hold on. Just hold on. Hold it there. Who destroyed the House of Assembly?
Somebody said it was the Fubara.
No, hold it there again. No, you hold it there too. No, wait, Akin, let me just talk to you like that. If you don't know who burned the House of Assembly, hold on. No. You just answer. No, you just answer. Don't turn your mouth.
No, I didn't know that was
No. Now, let me answer you now.
I just use it.
Oh, okay, carry on. I don't know where you're going, but
what I'm going to tell you, Nigeria now, since you did not hear or did not know, now you did not know what you are saying right now about government. We were trying to educate you. So what you need to do is sit down and listen. You don't know who burned the House of Assembly. You don't know who destroyed the House of Assembly.
I know who destroyed the House of Assembly.
No, you're just saying that you know.
No, I thought that was the question you were asking. I thought you were asking me, do you know who burned the House of Assembly? And I said I didn't know.
I asked you 2 questions. I asked you 2.
Yeah, if you ask me who
sorry, where are we in this conversation?
Okay, where am I in this conversation is that Tunaja does not know what he's saying. And you should sit down and listen to people that know.
Hardly ever knows what he's saying now. Are you
just arguing? You just argue. You just argue like on the law.
1 minute you're complaining that our police people, our border guards are behaving badly. You are the ones encouraging this terrible culture. You are here making excuse for people that are supposed to be governing the state, indulging themselves in all this nonsense stuff. And for me, the most dangerous aspect of this is that if it becomes tribal, that is going to be hell.
Question. Let me ask you a question. So you approve what this guy did by destroying the legislative complex of the state? Is that what you are saying?
God forbid, no.
Okay, so what is the blame of Wike?
What Wike?
My blame to Wike is that a governor doesn't just up and destroy House of Assembly. That is their dynamics that is causing it.
What is the dynamic? What is the
godfatherism dynamics? That's what's causing this problem.
Okay, let me just come in. To Niger. So the backdrop of it is Fubara was the accountant general or whatever it is during the Wike administration. So when Wike's constitutional 2 terms ended, he handpicked this guy and he more or less placed him on that seat. So he handpicked him and placed him on that seat. And then in the process of handpicking him and placing him on that seat, there were agreements between them which Fubara surrendered to adhere to. So that was what brought Fubara, because whoever Wike picked would sit on that seat because he had a stranglehold on that state. So there was those agreements which Fubara pledged to. So as soon as Fubara became governor, he started parlaying with people that were Wike's political enemies, his political adversaries, opposition spaces, people like Rotimi Amaechi, etc. So he was trying to unbuckle himself from the agreement that he so readily surrendered to when he was aspiring to that space. So now, what does Wike do? Does he just meekly concede and say, I leave it to God? Or does he try and impose his authority? And that's what's playing out.
He leaves it to God, because that agreement, hold on, let me put it this way. That agreement, if it was to build this power plant to build for the River State people to enjoy, if it was to build hospital, if it was to secure the state, if that agreement was for those things, I would say fine, Wike has this moral authority to do what he needs to do, because a corrupt entity is about to destroy the interest of the people. And this is something that most people forget. Whatever agreement you have with anybody, if it's not for the greater good of the people, is corrupt.
No, the agreement was essentially political to Nigeria. What Wike wanted was to hold on to the political structures of our River State because he needs it for future politics play. So it was those political structures. Wike doesn't care for the money, he wants his state to develop. So he's not going to stand in the way of development, but he needs to hold on to the political structures that leave us River State. Otherwise, it's politically dead.
That problem if he wasn't busy flipping parties. That's the problem. If he was in PDP,
who's flipping parties?
Wike now. He's using the PDP infrastructure to support APC. That is where all this schism is coming from.
It's playing hybrid politics. Hybrid politics.
He's using the PDP structure to support APC.
I thought you were a very intelligent person when it comes to Nigerian politics. No.
Can I say something?
Hold on, please. Let me say.
Come in afterward, please. Yeah.
It's like this. When the election is over, they said, come together, let's build a country. People the president appoint, he can appoint from anybody. He appointed somebody from Labour that is handling the tech section. So are you going to say the person is using Labour money to build APC? Is it APC? Is it APC Nigeria or we are Nigerians? What presidency does not have to build country does not concern which party you're from. We are all Nigerians.
You see that?
Hold on. We get appointed as a minister does not have to do nothing to do with that is APC or PDP. What are we talking about here?
Of course,
was appointed.
The structure he's talking about is structure that was used for PDP to secure the state. Now he's you that is dragging that now. Everybody has structure. Even the obedient guy that is hold on now. He's not bother Fubara then.
Who is bothering Fubara? That's the problem that you're not listening.
Hold on. But Fubara is threatening that structure. It's the thing. To Nigeria, the whole of Wike's political cachet is all wrapped around the fact that he controls River State. So his position as the FCT minister is a gratuity thank you for what he contributed to Tinubu becoming president by giving him River State. And so that's what's led him to becoming the FCT minister.
And undermining the integrity of the election process. In the
I don't know about that. That's your stuff.
They literally found evidence against what he did.
No, that's your subjective view, but it's been to court to the highest court in the. So that's what levered Wike into still the continuing political relevance that he has, the structures that he has in River State. So that is what he rests his back on politically.
He is
so
technically a
democratic if somebody threatens that structure, then he's dead in the water. He's up the creek without a paddle.
He's dead in the water. He doesn't own. See, why do you are perpetuating this same narrative?
No, you are speaking to somewhat of a naivety in politics.
I'm not naive. I'm saying
man, you don't need
I am aware of his ego. I'm aware of his ego, but I'm saying that we can't keep encouraging this bad attitude where people feel like they are bigger than the state. They are bigger than the interests of the people. The interest of the people has to always come first.
The interest of the people is not threatened now. How is the interest of the
threatened?
That's structure.
Of course, okay. When this stuff spills out into a tribal conflict in River State, then you find out that it's this thing. House of Assembly is already.
They are always in conflict in River State.
That's structure.
Are you trying to convince to Nigeria?
No. I'm just trying to unfold what seems to be. It's just a
one man. He doesn't know that structure represents the people. So if you don't represent the people. Yeah, if you don't have the people on the ground that can win election for you, then you are no politician. You are no politician.
I think what is going on here.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling one man.
We should move on. I'm sick of hearing this.
Let me just
move on, man. People else being naive and being sentimental.
He's just playing anti-Wike.
I'm not because I care about River State. I told you that I grew up in.
Wike did not work for Obi.
Let me make the last point. I know I actually.
All right. Yeah, round off your point to Niger, and then have the final word on that space, Ekene, and then we'll move on.
I'm really disappointed that this type of things is being made an academic discussion about or a kind of political discussion without taking the people into account and without taking the long-term or even medium-term stability of Nigeria into account. If something goes wrong in River State, that is an oil-producing territory. That is the state where the refinery is supposed to be coming on stream. And these mad people want to set it on fire with all this division and squabbling among themselves. You don't know. You see, from the way I look at it, I see them as enemies of the state. You carry on behaving like this, you're going to destabilize that state, and Nigeria will be poorer for it. Thank you.
All right, Ekene, final word.
Okay, one man. For me, anything that anybody is defending about the structure and all that, I don't understand, because the structure you guys are talking about, I don't understand the kind of structure. Maybe you guys should have time to explain that structure. You say structure to win an election. Wike doesn't need any. What Wike needs is the people for it, because he has already done well as a governor. So why bothering himself with all those nonsense structure that you guys are talking about?
So, I'm going to analyze structure to you. If you need to understand structure, I will explain to you.
The structure you guys want to explain to me. But I will allow you to explain. But those ones you are explaining, to me, it's not a good structure to me.
Okay,
and listening to one of the elder statesmen from that state, that structure you guys are talking about, Wike just use it to cover up, because Wike is not even a man that speaks that I will believe everything that comes out from his mouth. The man came out to explain everything that happens in River State. It's not only structure; it's also involved the money allocation that comes from the state. You can't because I believe that he appointed Fubara to be a governor. Yes, Fubara a governor today was just like an appointment, not like an elected governor. But with what is happening, he's gaining support of the people, because people they don't like the tyranny of the kind of politics that Wike is playing today, especially in that River State. People are coming up against him. Asare Dokubo when Asare Dokubo came up to warn even Tinubu not to even interfere.
Asare Dokubo is a hired gun now. It's a hired gun now.
Nothing like a hired gun. Well, because when he supported Tinubu, he's not hired. He supported
was hired now. He was hired.
Why is he hired?
It's a pay.
When he supported when he supported Tinubu, he was not hired. Now he's not supporting Wike. He's wanting Tinubu to stay off River State. He's now hired. So what are we talking about? For me, what is happening in River State? Even Wike himself did it to his own predecessor, which is Amoeshi. He did everything in his entire political life in River State just to destabilize Amoeshi, who even make him also a governor. So when the same thing is happening to him, I don't know what we are defending here.
Ikene,
you should allow the guy to govern.
The only people that is talking against Wike in Rivers, not only that have opportunity to TV, are the people that have hatred against Wike. I don't
Nobody
like
Wike.
Hold on, now. Let me land. Hold on, let me land.
Nobody have
hold on. Let me land now.
One at a time.
Let me land. Sorry. People who have sentiment against Wike, I don't like Wike. I don't hate him. Same thing that is happening right now with Wike and Fubara happened between Amici and Wike. Amici was a minister in Abuja. That does not stop Wike not to perform.
When he's now a minister, why not concentrate in his
Let me finish. If Shota does not matter, I do not see why Abure is fighting so hard to retain Abure there. Why did he allow Papa to take over the party? If it's the people he needs, if it's the obedience he needed. What
you don't need all those war peace. Let me say this. Let me say this. You people are supporting criminalities in Nigeria, and it's not good. It's not good. The structure the guy is talking about. All these structures, criminality structures. So what type of structure is that? Let's forget about that. Let him allow the guy to govern. What are we talking?
Okay. So one more, can I come in?
The state needs peace. You are talking about structure that wants all the money in the state. Maybe he wants to keep it for his presidential election. Is that in the structure you are talking about? You want to control the money of River State.
Okay.
You want to pile it off for your own presidential ambition. Is that the structure you are talking about?
Hold
so
on.
I don't understand. Allow the guy to do his work. If you cannot, you don't call him there to control. I know that you see, when somebody came up and posted that he bought the ticket of both the senators, the House of Assembly, everybody. He bought the ticket with his money. Is it his money? It's not River State money. How can you buy ticket for all the members of the House and including the governor? What type of statement is that? And we've come here to defend such thing.
Let me ask
you go and buy ticket with taxpayers' money. You buy ticket for house members. You buy ticket for governors. You buy ticket for senators and all that with taxpayers' money, just to maintain a structure, criminal structure. And you guys are here defending him.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. When Obi,
I don't want to go to the state of Obi because
can I take a question because we want to move on from that space? Yeah.
Okay, ask your question.
When Obi was the governor, is he not the one that unpicked Obiano?
Oh no, it was me that unpicked Obiano.
No, even the commissioners did not be that unpicked them from Obiano. He don't be that bought it for them.
Just let Ajale ask the question and then we'll move on. Yeah.
Is it not Obi that unpicked Obiano to succeed him? And after then, there was trouble between them. So what was responsible?
Which trouble?
They no fight. No be fight. Them fight.
Which fight? They fight publicly. Like this.
They did now.
They did not fight.
When Obiano
there is nothing like fight.
Hold on. Obiano came out and told us Obi is a fraud now.
Did Obi fight him back? Did Obi come to national TV to tell you that he was having issue with Obiano can come out and say anything that he wants to say? But did Obi respond to him? Didn't he govern? He governed his 8 years. Did he fight him?
Obi fought back.
How did Obi fight back? Obi did not fight anybody.
You have to let other voices come in. Yeah.
So what we are saying here is that, look, the tradition in Nigeria is that governors are the one that unpick those that will succeed them. Hold on. In some cases, there will be trouble between them because the governors, those that succeed them, the moment they enter the position of power, power, absolute power corrupt absolutely, and he starts signing billion. He starts saying that I am the one that in charge of this billion. He will start turning head against his boss. That is what happened. That is what happened in most cases. It happens several cases. So
Babaja, let me say this.
I know why some of you people are anti-Wike. It's because Wike did not work for Obi. You people still have that grudge against him, and you people will not be on the side that you don't want to see anything that Wike done good. When Wike was campaigning for this guy, when Wike dumped some of the people that are very, very loyal with him and said, let us for the interest of, sharing, spreading the power, that I from Ekwere, the person that governed before me from Ekwere, I that succeeded that one from Ekwere, let us allow another zone to have it. If Wike had wanted to choose a Ekere man, he would have chosen a Ekere man.
If he had done
that, let me say this, Babaja. Let me say this.
He decided to choose somebody from another place. You guys don't want to see anything good in that, and he fought hard for that guy.
See, nobody said it wasn't.
Babaja, let me say this.
Hold on.
You guys don't want to see anything wrong in what Fubara has done wrong. Only Wike is wrong in the way
your problem is that I can't believe you are the one arguing for people sometimes.
And let me land. Listen to you that are obedient. You are all after Wike.
Oh my God.
That Fubara has done wrong at all.
I'm really disappointed in you.
It's not that they're after Wike.
Babaja. The same way you see the obedient not supporting Wike. That is the same way APC, the people, you people that supported Tinubu, is seeing it that what Wike is doing to Nigerian politics is good. That is the same way you guys are seeing it. If you say that the obedient are seeing it, or somebody like me seeing it that it's because Wike didn't support Obi, then you guys are supporting him because he also supported Tinubu.
They don't care about the people.
So what are we talking about? No, this is not a matter.
That is what we are talking about. Let it. But for me, the narration you gave about Obi, it's not there because you can go and check who dismantled that political criminality in Anambra State.
Hold on, let me say.
Who removed them? Who made them not visible in Anambra State?
Who brought Obiano? It
is good to support a candidate as a former governor. It is good to support a candidate as a governor. But when the guy will allow him to govern.
No, too many voices. No, guys, too many voices. Just too
what
many
I'm advising you guys is that balance it. Don't be on one side. Both sides can be wrong. Everyone, both Wike and the governor, have their own, share. I mean, they have their own blame in this nonsense that is going on in Brazil. Don't be one side. Look at both sides and balance it. When you are blaming, when you are throwing out the blame, don't focus on one person as this is the problem. This is the
to balance it. You have to know why they are arguing. And I've never had one reason. I've not had one reason that says this is for the people that Wike is fighting for.
Oh, okay. So Wike is the only person to you that is faulty in this.
No, because the governor has the right to govern.
The governor that went to bulldoze
that is the constitution
and the chamber of democracy, the legislative complex. You guys don't see anything wrong.
I just told you that if he did that,
he did it for the people.
With all the archives,
he is wrong for doing that.
With all the document, the archive, the computer, everything.
I completely condemn that. For me, that's why I think both of them are irresponsible. They are making it about them when they should be worrying about governance. They are both irresponsible. But Wike is the elder.
Why don't you the same energy to condemn Wike to condemn the governor too, so you balance it?
No, because the governor is the one in office, and the reason that led to that damage to that building, it was the protest that happened earlier on that they said they almost shot the Fubara because of it, and all this stuff came from Wike's camp. So these are the issues. He's to be blamed. After all, he worked with Wike and he was the one that was shoveled into the office. That is not very democratic, is it? So he got into office. Now he wants to run his
Wait,
state.
let me ask you a question.
Don't ask him a question. I want to move on.
I know. Thank you. I know you want to move on. I don't want to move on. But what Tunja is saying is just baffling me here. When people are taking a stand to make people understand that you have to blame the both party and look at it critically. And even if you really need to blame somebody, you have to blame the governor. The governor is the ones in shit. Wike is not the governor of that state. Just like you're saying the police shot at Fubara, you have to blame Wike for the police. Is Wike the president? Is it the chief of Nigerian military, how do you call it, GCO, that give military orders to shoot?
Wike is the powerful person.
And you say you are educated. You say you are educated.
Don't go after him being educated.
No, it's annoying me, man. It's annoying me.
None of these people, you know what they do? None of them mention the people.
No.
All they care about
one man. Does Wike have the constitutional right to order police to shoot at the governor, a minister of FCT? Does he have the constitutional power?
Don't worry now. When your government don't care about you, don't complain. Because none of you mention
when it happened in Edo State, a lot of
I just want somebody to answer my question because we are being hypocritical.
You supported Obaseki when it was happening in Edo State. What are you guys doing?
All right, Akim, move us to a different space. Akim.
Thank you very much. Omar, let me quickly clear some things before we move to a different space. Yeah, see, okay.
Omar is trying to move it. Maybe you should not bother moving it.
Okay, we want to talk about it, but you have to be civil in it. When there are three voices, that it always gets to me.
Yeah, okay. On the issue of party structure, right? So basically, so if you have people on the ground that works for you, that knock on doors, that canvass for vote, these guys are machineries of the parties. They need to be oiled. So every government, every state have different ways of oiling these machines. So if you look at what happened to Ambode in Lagos, so it was little contract like carry rubbish, cleaning this, doing one or two things, motor park and all of this. So these are ways the party used to compensate those structures. So Ambode went after one of those structures by trying to bring in foreign investors into the Loma. So that backfired on him. I think that was one of his biggest problems as a governor that led to him not having a second term. Okay, come to Edo State. Obaseki had issue with the Tony Kabakas, which were part of the structure in Edo South that were working for Oshomole. Oshomole several times went to Obaseki and said, listen, these guys are the structure of the party. You need to bring them in. You need to do this. Obaseki gave them an offer. They refused the offer. So that led to another rack on there. So structures of parties, even in Europe where I am today, I'm a member of a political party. I go to knock on doors. Even though I don't get compensated the way it works back home, I'm doing it based on ideology of the party, which I believe in. So I will go to knock on door. I am a structure. So when they say structure, it doesn't mean it is always a corrupt structure. It is a machine, an organ of the party, which the party used to work during elections. If you don't have them, I'm going to explain something to you. Do you know how Obi managed to win in Edo State? A lot of those people that you call corrupt structures who work for both APC and PDP, I can name names here, they all moved to Labour Party. Do you think people just voluntarily came out of their house and go and vote for Labour Party during the elections? No. There were boys who were loyal to Obaseki, who went to work for Obi. There were boys who were loyal to Oshomoles, who went to work for Obi in that elections. What happened when we got to the State House of Assembly election? How many seats did the Labour Party win in that election? How many? 1 seat. So that tells you all you need to know. After the presidential election, all those boys went back to their political parties, which they originally worked for. So that is all Wike is saying, that, look, this is the ladder that brought you into office. Don't pull it away. You need it to come back for second term. You need to continue to oil it. So if Fubara wants to fight that fight, fine. It's politics. It is battle to fight. He can either win or he can lose. It is not me supporting or not supporting one person. It is me explaining to you.
It's wrong for us to be supporting somebody that has left office.
You can't preach morality when it comes to Nigeria.
It is wrong. It's very, very wrong to be supporting it. You should be discouraging it.
Have you heard of the man Gordon Sutherland?
No.
Okay, so it was the EU, it was the United States ambassador to the European Union during Donald Trump presidency. The man was an hotelier. He had no experience in any form of diplomatic issues. How did he become an ambassador? He donated $1 million to the Trump inauguration campaign team, and that was how they picked him to become an ambassador. So when you talked about corruption, it happens like that everywhere. People get compensated for one thing or the other when it comes to government. So you can't say this is happening one place.
Americans are complaining about it already. This problem is already plaguing them. It's a negative thing. And America is functional. I'm saying that the little function we have, this stuff is not only about just political stuff. It will spill into conflict on the ground. And that is what people don't understand.
Look, when you're talking, when you keep coming about, what about the people? What about the people? Look, we are analyzing. Look, we are here analyzing issue. We are not in government. We are analyzing issue. So part of our analysis is to say, okay, this is how it is. This is not how it is. But you come in, if you want to counter-analyze my own position, you have to be, how do I put it? You have to have some form of understanding of the subject matter, because the way you come in sometimes is as if you just go
have
out
understanding of the subject matter from the point, because you don't expand your horizon. You keep your horizon, and
it's almost like you've just gone out of you've gone off course. Like basically,
your problem is that if you cannot see what I'm saying, you see. My point of view. Let me explain my own point of view. You are looking at it from the point of view of politicians having their. Hold on now. I'm looking from the point of view that politicians are having their own squabbles. That's the end of it. You are not looking at it from the point of view that this thing that is going on now, a House of Assembly has been destroyed. Somebody almost got killed, and the whole thing might lit up a tinderbox in a very, very important area in Nigeria, a state that a refinery is about to come on stream. This stuff is very, very serious. And you shouldn't be seeing it as a very, very little thing like that. That's how Boko Haram came, and people thought it was a joke at first, and look at the country suffered for it. You can't take it for granted.
If you want to be part of the problem solving, if you want to be part of the people that solve problems, go to Nigeria and then take part in politics. Okay, then you solve the problem.
Join the party.
What I'm doing here is I'm analyzing issues on ground.
All right. All right. So take us.
Question to Nigeria.
Do you still want to stay in that space, Jande Koko?
You better not mention obedience anymore.
Let me ask you a question. Okay, between Wike and Fubara. Fubara have just destroyed the legislative complex with all the legislative record, archive, folders, documents, computers, everything that has to do with records with what legislators in that state have been doing since 1999. It just destroyed everything. So between him and Wike, who is more destructive? Who is a danger between two of them to democracy in that state? Who among them, between the two of them, has shown that he doesn't love democracy? The worst person between the two of them.
Okay. One, the burnt House of Assembly. If they have evidence that he did it, they probably will be looking for a way to try him right now. And secondly, we have to be careful when we use terms as if we know exactly what has happened. But I say, if he did that, then they are just as bad as each other.
He did. You don't know.
Am I there?
Because Wike told you, you believe that is what it is.
Okay.
We don't know. We don't know who did it. You don't have any proof of anything. You just say you know.
You guys, I believe you guys watches Arise News every day. And I believe you guys watched this thing on Arise News yesterday when the reporter was reporting live from Arise News at this incident at that place when they were destroying that place. The guy was reporting live on Arise News.
No. Are you talking about I'm talking about the first one. I think we keep confusing
things. The first one. It's not the hold on. It's not the first one I'm talking about.
Oh, the second one, he did it now. Of course, that was state sanctions now.
What did you say?
That was the court that sanctioned allowed him to go and do that now.
Which
court? He went to court.
Roy?
Yeah, they said he had the power. The court made the judgment that he had the power to do it.
Which court did you hear? Did you hear that?
A court in Rivers State. I don't know whether it's in heaven, but the court gave him the power to do that.
Did you hear that?
Did not sanction that, please.
The court approved him to go and destroy that.
Yeah, that's what somebody said. I don't know.
Somebody or you hear.
That is wrong.
Who is that person that told you that?
No. I will tell you what I know. I don't have any direct proof of anything.
Where did you hear that from?
Either it was on this panel or the previous panel that was just on today.
Either it's obedient panel you got that from.
No, it was on this channel too.
Tunaja, let me say something before one man take over. Let me say this to her.
No, just hold on 1 second. I want to say something. Tunaja, you see the problem now, right?
What is the problem? Tell me.
You just copied stuff from somebody, and you can't even remember who you copied from, and then you are trying to defend what you copied from somebody.
So that makes my position completely faulty.
I was the one that said on this platform earlier that they had a court order that gave them power to demolish that State House of Assembly. I said
I wasn't lying just because my memory was faded.
But you don't even have proof. You just took my word for it.
Yes.
Okay.
And I said it, and I also qualified it when I said it. I said,
Tunaja, I want to say something. I want to say something because the kind of hypocrisy we are practicing in Nigeria is too much. You see, when all these things happen, when it was happening against Wike between Amechi, a lot of us here supported Wike. The people supported Wike, and Wike has this here. When it happened between Obaseki and his godfather Oshomole, a lot of people, both came and the World Peace, supported Obaseki. So what? And I believe that's what they need to govern. The people.
Just let him.
When I see people coming out here to say Wike has the right to do this, you appointed the governor. You also give him almost all the ministers in that guy's cabinet was appointed by Wike. Not a single one from him. You are removing him. And you say it's because of structure. Which structure? I know what is happening there.
You don't understand what we're talking about here. If you understand
let us not be hypocrite. If you can support Obaseki, if you can support Obaseki against Oshomole, why shouldn't you support Fubara against Wike? Forget about that hypocrisy, man.
Hold on and listen. If you listen, you would not say hypocrisy. What I said to you before was that there was governance and there was politics. So the issue that Obaseki and Oshomole had, I explained to you earlier, was political. So when you are fighting politics, you have to decide if it's a battle that you can win or you can't win. Obaseki picked his fight, and then he was able to pick some of those Oshomole loyalists to his side. It's a fight. I'm not supporting Wike.
Yeah, let them fight also, because even Wike also fought Oshomole those days.
It's a fight. It's a fight
against Oshomole.
If Fubara comes out victorious, good for him. If he loses, on his own side, that is how it goes. It's politics. What you are seeing right now is the political side of governance. So those of us who supported Obaseki, we supported him because we believe certain things were not done right. And those people who supported Oshomole because they felt like, oh, it is the other way to do things. So there was division. So it's still the same thing in Rivers State. It will be the same thing. It was the same thing during Abode Lagos. So maybe due to a very small, minute extent. So these things happen, but you guys want to look for a victim. You want to look for somebody who is being oppressed. You want to look for it's politics, and in politics.
Akim, take us to Akpabio collapsing at his 61st birthday. What are you making of that?
I read on the news that they've denied it. They say nothing like that happened. Are
they denying it? It happened in public glare now.
No, they've denied it. They've denied it. I've read it on two major newspapers, and they've come out to say nothing like that happened.
One man, you can Google it. Whether the video will pull up, you can try.
They say that was one of the things they say, that if something of that happen in a major event like that, that there should be a video. But where are the video? That there's nothing like a video or anything, that it was all made up.
It was in the stadium jogging. Now you remember his grand entrance where I think 2 days ago or so. Was it the same event the woman is talking about?
Yeah, no. They said when it was seeing Tinubu off after the event, it collapsed.
So was that event?
Which event are you talking about?
The stadium.
His birthday colloquium.
This was reported by everybody.
No, seriously, that birthday at the stadium, was that only for his birthday, or were other events taking place at the stadium?
Well, for his birthday now. He's a big man now.
Oh my God.
He's a big man now.
Oh my God, our people.
Why are you calling God? What has your God done there?
To Nigeria, you don't seem to understand Nigerian politics. You look, morality apart, politics apart. See, they are not the same. Every time you try to justify people's action, they know how they get there. When he was riding on the back of the tiger, he didn't complain. He didn't know that the structure that brought him to power.
Oh my God.
Let me try to explain that to you. I mean, by now you understand.
Why are you calling your God? What did your God do in this matter now? Why are you calling your God?
This is where Nigeria is, and a politician goes and has the stadium to celebrate his birthday. Wow.
So what is he supposed to do?
Who is supporting his
what that means?
Who is supporting it? Everybody's condemning it. If it's Nigerian government or Nigerian
Hold on. Why is it condemnable if you can afford it? Yeah.
One, the decadence that represents, it represents decadence of our own culture. And you don't necessarily see that kind of nonsense here, even in the West, where they have far more resources.
Hold on for him, please. Let him just
say. You don't see that our culture in the West here, where they even have far more resources than we do. And we just had a budget of
is the West the standard that we should live our lives by?
And the point is not just about the West; it's about the resources that they have at their disposal. The Nigerian economy.
Did he tell you with using government resources?
Exactly. Did he use public funds for his birthday?
I don't. Whatever funds he used, somewhere along the line, it came from the people, and we know that for sure. And the point is that the Nigerian government just released a budget of about $29 billion for 200 and something million people. When in the UK,
you don't know, don't say. You didn't know where the fund came from, so you don't just assume and be so.
See, what does it matter? What does it matter?
How do you know?
See, what does it matter? Ask this in one man whether he has seen any celebrity hire a stadium to celebrate their birthday in the UK or in America or in China. Let's find out. So they have more resources than we do, but the little that we have, we waste it on things that don't lead to any development, that don't grow anything. Do you know how that money that he used to do that? How many hours he can give people, students, to learn better at school, or this thing that he can put it into electricity generation or whatever?
No. Why would he put his private funds into electricity generation?
Because those funds, his whole purpose for life is to improve the life of people. He's a public figure.
So
not to be jamboree.
You that is talking now.
His birthday is a private affair.
See, it's not only him, to be fair. You see our women, they will wear $900 hair on their head. It's like, what is wrong with our people? We are the poorest people on earth. And we are so wasteful. And believe me, I'm one of them. I'm beginning to reappraise myself every day. I look at the shoes that I wear, sometimes the jacket that I wear, and I see Oyibo people, they wear less. I see the Indian people, they wear less. I ask myself, why do I feel the need to buy more expensive ones than they do? And they have more than we do. See, when the scale that they have more than us is so massive that let me just use these figures. $27 billion for our national budget for 200 million people. The healthcare budget, not the entire budget, not defense, not in this thing, any other budget. In the UK, it's almost $600 billion.
Well, what does Pablo's birthday have to do with budget?
hold on,
what
please.
that means is that we
no,
have less resources.
No, just hold on. What's the size of the UK economy?
The size of the UK, I don't know. This, I think it's 3 point something. This in 3 point something trillion or 1 point something trillion. I'm not so sure. However,
what's the size of the Nigerian economy? 500
billion.
Right.
So that is, if you look, even if you go by that, the scale that they spend on their annual budget. Do you know the annual spending of the UK government? 1.5 trillion. That's what the UK spends every year in this country.
Yes, relative to the size of the economy now. What are you talking about?
It's not relative. It's exponentially. It's not even relative because their economy is about 6-7 times bigger than our economy. We spend 24 billion. They spend 25. They spend 1.5 trillion. That is way more than compared to the size of the economy. So we have less, and we waste so much.
Something. Tunaja, I cannot quickly comment, please.
Yeah, no, Tunaja is just taking us around the houses.
You see, Godswill Akpabio, right, was 2-time governor of Akwa Ibom State, and it was not just 2-time governor of Akwa. It was the governor when oil price was at the highest. Do you know what Akwa Ibom State at the time was getting over 30-something billion naira monthly allocation from federal government revenue? So I'm not saying it took those money. I'm saying even at that time, this man, I did not see any time where he did a colloquial birthday where he celebrated big, huge birthday. But he had the resources at its disposal at the time to do whatever I want to do at the time. So when we want to condemn or criticize people, sometimes people might want to celebrate something maybe because of what they've gone through at a period of time in their life, or maybe some family trauma or certainty. Nobody know what this man is going
to do that.
Hold on 1 second. Nobody know what is this one. Nobody know what has happened to him in maybe the last 2, 3, 4, 5 years that he felt the need to say, you know what, I think I deserve this. So I'm not going to come out and criticize him as long as he's spending his own money.
If it's only one is so wasteful. This is what our forefathers did, and we destroyed ourselves for it.
No, don't take us. Don't take us into no.
We spend too much.
Sorry, tonight. I don't take us into those.
Did now.
Okay, everybody. Yeah, don't take us into
wasteful as a people. We don't operate.
Don't take us into deep waters.
Let us go to all our forefathers. What
Mansa Musa wasted so much gold just blinking to Mecca.
Wait, Akim, let me help you with what Aslip TV said. Aslip TV party said it was a show of power. You remember where he comes from is a PDP dominated state, right? So him coming as an APC, as a president of the Senate, he has to show that it was on ground. Even the music that was played at the stadium, they were saying now we did. So he has to show that he can pull the crowd, that he's in power, is in the center. So all this is all about politics, according to the Asleep TV party. So if at all he's spending his own money, there's nowhere a record that shows that the money spent to gather those people came from the government. Except if there's any report that comes out today and said, oh, the money came from the government. So when we are criticizing, we should criticize, based on what they are doing that is related to governance, not personal issue. Okay.
Akim made that point excellently. When the guy was in charge of state coffers for 2 terms, he never did such a thing. So you cannot attribute then what he's spending as a private citizen to public funds when he had access to public funds and he did not act in that manner.
The fact that we even have to excuse it, petrol price just tripled in the country. Life is hard for people, and some people are just blinging all over the place. I'm telling you. Yeah, go ahead.
If you want to demarcate,
the poor will always be amongst us.
Yeah. If you want to demarcate Akpabio based on political party and political affiliation, is okay. Which anybody needs to do, which opposition needs to do, which I'm expecting PDP and Labour should be doing right now. Like, for the optics, the country is hard. Why will you be having this kind of jamboree? That is fine. But don't bring something that does not connect to what is going on to try to make a point. That will not make people that want to support you look stupid. That's just my own problem with you guys. What structure happening in Port Harcourt has to do with Akpabio celebrating a jamboree? It does not connect. Me, I condemn Akpabio holding that. Countries, you are hungry. You are holding jamboree, or even though you have the money, why can't you help people? Simple.
Exactly. If you spend that money,
exactly understand, but don't make it personal, being emotional. If you
it's
are
not about him alone, I just told you it's not about him.
One thing you guys should know.
I'm doing it. I even put myself in it. I'm saying I'm making it about him alone.
Tunaja, one thing you guys should know is that you see a lot of these people that you criticize today, though they don't come out openly to tell you. A lot of these guys, they put a lot of money into charities organizations, They do a lot when it comes to funding charity organizations with their own personal fund. You can say, okay, they've stolen the money from government. That might be legitimate accusation if you have proof to that. But on the side, a lot of them do a lot for charity. So they will not come out to say, I give this charity this money, I give that charity that money. But they're doing this. But for me, I don't see anything wrong. If he uses his own money from his own pocket, if you want to carry 2 stadiums, 3 stadiums, Akpabio did not contribute to your poverty. You need to understand that. He was a governor, 2-time governor in Akwa Ibom State. I'm not from Akwa Ibom State. I've never been to that state in my whole life. How the people there live, I don't know. So he's never responsible for anything that affects my life directly. So that one, I cannot hold him accountable for anything. So he's been in the Senate for a few years. So can you hold him, say is the reason why the country is where the country is today? No, you can't hold him responsible. It's a collective issues that everybody have to come together to fight. But the way you act sometimes as if you are holier than other people because you think for some reason you are fighting for the people. Who told you that? I just ask you. How many community have you put generator, electricity, not even solar, I mean generator, say, okay, you will buy generator, give them. What have you done on ground for people?
I know what I have
What
done.
Have you done for me lately? Is that Janet Jackson?
If you want to moralize about that, I know what I've done. And also, I didn't even make it about him alone. I mentioned how our women spend a lot of money on their hair. I mentioned myself.
That's why I'm asking you. That's why I'm asking you a personal question as well.
If you want to ask a personal question, I don't owe you an answer for one. But all I can tell you is that I have done my own bits too, and I'm looking to do more. And part of it is
Akim, let's bring Emmanuel into the conversation.
Emmanuel is joining us from Abuja. Hold on 1 second. To Niger, listen. Look.
It will loop around the game for another half an hour.
You interrupted me when I wanted to answer him. Then he goes on again and you allow him to go on.
I want to quickly say something to Niger. Look, as we talk right now, right? Commitment. Put your money where your mouth is. 100,000 naira. One man, you send your account, or anybody send account. You and I, we put the money there. Then they use it to do whatever they want to do for any community this December.
You see.
Actually, hold on. Just on that note, we are already doing that. By the way, we're doing a charity drive for Christmas for communities. As you can see, one man went to more level up outreach. So we set a target of £1,000. We've had Adeyinka, Kulata, Ayodele, and Prince Daddy. So anybody that wants to be part of that can be part of that. But carry on.
Please, send me the details. Send me the details, please. So you see, one man, you see the way our people talk, especially those ones in diaspora, the way they talk, yeah. There were donation that went up on a different platform. It was 40,000-50,000 naira to fight some issues of land grabbing matters in Edo State, right? Mama, could you believe that after a while, a lot of these people start calling my brother to refund their money back to them? These are the same people who will criticize government from morning till night, right? 50,000 naira, my brother. Some of these people, they've lived in Europe.
Your problem is that you focus on the minutia. Okay, you've had your say. You focus on the minutia, but you're not dealing with the real problems. You
No,
don't even want to highlight them. You just want to pretend as if you're doing something.
It's a character issue.
Can I finish? You've just been talking. Let me finish. Let me say something. Let me say something.
When you are worse than them.
Can I say?
Okay. Okay. Akim. Let Tunaja have the right to reply, and then as soon as Tunaja is done, we go on to Emmanuel. Tunaja.
Yeah. I think this idea of being an apologist for the status quo is a very, very concerning this in the future, because you would think anybody in their right mind will be in a sense of urgency right now. I just mentioned a very, very alarming figure that should alarm anybody, that some other people are spending more than 50 times what we spend on our national budget every single year. And somebody is here encouraging decadent behavior. This is life and death. I don't care about politics. Let me finish my point. I don't care about politics. I don't care about personalities. I care about our survival. My own children is among them. My life is among them, and our future is in there too. That is all I care about. All this stuff you are worrying about, thinking that I'm playing obedient versus this. I don't care about that. You really need to focus on that, because that is what truly matters. All this stuff you are talking about, it's not going to matter. 10, 20 years from now, you're not going to remember this. But what matters is where we are.
Hold on. What happens now shapes 10, 20 years from now. So that's why it matters. I mean,
the politics there is discussing right now. If he's not focusing on the right things, 10 years from now, those people that I just quoted their numbers, they will even give us more gap. They will be bigger and stronger than us. While we are still arguing about somebody at the stadium.
No, they won't be, because you were saying people were focusing on minutiae when they should be focused on big pictures. But you stand accused of exactly what you're accusing others of.
How?
Because Akpapios are choosing to spend this money, however, if ostentatious, extravagant, not to your taste, it doesn't really matter. What happens? What matters is the movement of the economic space to the advancement of the people. So that's the big picture.
It matters because I didn't see when I got crossed about it. It wasn't even just about him, and I made that clear. I even included myself in it, that there is something wrong with our culture. Something seriously wrong, and we don't call it out. In the
wild, there's nothing wrong with our culture.
Let me explain why.
We're colorful and extravagant. We always have been. So there's nothing wrong with that.
It will be our undoing if we don't focus. See,
it shouldn't be our undoing if we can match it with resources.
But we have not. Clearly, it is proving that we haven't. The problem is that when you are in a situation where you need to be even more efficient to survive, and you are still remaining as if you are the son of a rich man that is blinging, you are going to fail faster. You are already failing, but you will fail even faster. My point is that in the wild, just variations in color can determine which one survives and which one doesn't survive. In the case of this world right now, we are just watching other sets of people. They don't have power failure, they don't have anything, and they spend a whole heap more money than us on research, on everything. We are dying as a people if we don't wake up to the dangers of what this represents. They are developing faster than us every single day. People are just dancing and doing all this stuff. I don't understand.
I'm alarmist,
but it is true.
Other people are waiting.
Yes, I'm trying to move away from there, but they're not letting me.
How many times have you gone to hold a placard?
Guys. Okay, I'm going to go to Niger.
I joined the show 7:04. This is 1 hour, 10 minutes. We're still on a discussion, and it's just a few set of people that have been talking.
Yeah,
we have so a many show left. Can they be respectful, especially to Niger? Can to Niger be respectful?
Yeah. Let's move on. Thank you for that,
Emeka. I'm going to make my last contribution
from now.
I'm going to make my last contribution, please. I don't know who's talking just now.
If you make your last contribution, then to Niger will want the right.
No, be respectful of the platform. You have been talking a lot. Just keep your contribution to your own to your segment when it comes to you. Be respectful. No, don't contribute again. Just be respectful of others. Let him move the conversation. The host wants to move the conversation. Be respectful of others who have been waiting. It's not nice.
Can you let me just finish what I want to say?
No, don't say anything. Just keep it to your own segment. Then you will talk.
Can you just let me finish what I want to say?
No, don't finish. You've been talking. I've been listening to you for 1 hour. You and Tunaja have been going back and forth. I've been listening to you guys, and you are not moving on.
Nobody stopped you from talking, Emeka. So to just start abusing us.
No. I think
both of you have been talking for talking sake. Let's move on. Let's move on. We have a show to run.
Yeah, it's true. Emeka, go on.
All right. One more, please. I want to quickly say something, right? So I joined this show several times. One man, you yourself, you are aware. People make contribution. I just make 1 or 2 interjections. Sometimes I fall asleep because it doesn't get to me on time. I've never complained about this kind of. I don't do this kind of complaint that Emeka comes to do now. I've been here several times listening to people and they make a lot of contribution. If I
agreed on 2 to 3 interjections, but this interjection has been for 1 hour 10 minutes. It's unfair to other people. Just move the conversation. Hold it to your own segment. You can say what you want to say in your own segment.
Please let Hakim speak. You know, Hakim, he doesn't. Most of the time we'll be on the show, he won't even get to his turn to speak. So please let him speak.
I may have a right to reply if he says something.
I've never come and made complaints. One man, a lot of this, your show is skewed in favor of those guys that live in America, right? You know that very well. So we that are joining from either Nigeria or Europe, so the time is always against us. So most of the time I come on and you see that late in the show, I'm not responding anymore. That's because I've fallen asleep. I've never one day come here to complain. I listen to Emeka, he's complaining as if you are taking life away from him. Come on, man, what is all this?
That's Emeka now. You know, what delights us in Emeka is what infuriates others in Emeka. Emeka is an entity, as everybody is. But Akim, but what you are really saying, I take it on board that I should get to people with time difference quicker. And by the way, I started later, not because of the Americans, but because that is where the window is in how I live my life. But thank you, Akim. At least we've heard from Akim today. But don't fall asleep. We'll still get back to you in the course of. Emmanuel, are you still there?
Well, if I fall asleep, I will hold you responsible because it will be a dangerous falling asleep.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. One Man, yeah, I'm here.
Emmanuel, you've added Mr. to my title, but catch us off from where you were. The last time we saw Emmanuel, it was in the throes of a kidnapping saga.
Yeah. Well, One Man, we're still on the process. We're still the whole thing. We're able to see our yoga, Bajabi and Mila. We have taken to that stage because what happened, they say we should give them some money, and they were able to gather some money, about 20 M, and we went and hired 2 guys from Suleja. They say they are good in doing such things to go and deliver money to kidnappers. So we hired 2 of them, and I think we agree on 600,000 each. So we'll send them, and somehow, because they threatened for us not to bring any police along, but we brought 2 police, but they were behind, as in like they were just monitoring the process. So they collected the 20 M and also kidnapped those 2 boys along with them, making it 3 in their camp. So 2 weeks later, so one of the boys was shot, and they sent the body somewhere for us. Oh my, it has been hell. So, but now where we are planning is that we are trying to strike. We are not negotiating any money anymore. So we are planning to strike their camp. But what we are doing is somebody is giving them information. Because now the EFCC, the soldiers, the SARS, the police, everybody is aware now. So we're just trying to locate exact position they are. And not that they are, according to what I heard, that the people that have kidnapped is in Abuja, that's in their camp is about 120 as we speak now. So, but some of them that comes out would say that they're the one giving us the information what's going on. That if you pay the money they say you should pay, because our own they say it's 100 million. and nothing is coming. Nothing will stop them from collecting that 100 million. But we are giving them 20, so they say we should bring 80 remaining. So my boss said he's not giving any money again. That the best we can do is to strike them.
And have they released your boss, who's in captivity now?
No, it's the sister. All this why
your boss's sister.
That day they released my boss that same day. So, but
because he is the one that is going to go and look for the money, Abi. So that's
exactly why. So the sister is still there. So, but we are giving them 20M, and they are not ready to release that lady. And now the extra people which we sent to deliver the money, one of them is still in their camp. One of them, they have shot one of them. So, but we are not giving them money anymore. We're finding the best strategies to attack them. So,
sorry, you mean one of them was shot dead or what?
Yes,
that's what they said.
Yes, one of the boys that went to submit the money. You know, the day they went to submit the money, they kidnapped 2 of them and they carried the money. So 1 week later, they shot one of them and dropped the body somewhere to come and carry it.
So sorry to hear what happens to your sister, but how did they get kidnapped? Where?
His boss's sister.
My boss.
Your boss sister was the one that got kidnapped.
Yeah, they live in the UK, so he just came to Nigeria to invest in poultry farming and other piggery stuff. So it was the poultry farm where we are building the factory that they got information. They came and kidnapped the 2 of them. And I was meant to go with them that same day. I was supposed to go and supervise that same day because I'm the one that supervises some of the work.
We could have been fundraising for you now, Emmanuel.
Sorry, Emmanuel. Sorry. I know that this kidnapping happen everywhere in Nigeria. But your boss, where is he from? Which part of the country is he from?
My boss is in Nigeria, but he resides in UK.
No. Your boss is in Nigeria.
The thing happened in Abuja now. What does it matter where?
No. Is what ethnicity your boss is? Is he Yoruba, Hausa?
No, he's from Anambra State.
From Anambra State.
You know, if I
hold on, I think. What are you trying to establish, Wike?
Hold on, and the farm he was kidnapped is where?
It's in Abuja. Yeah, he's in Abuja.
It's a different one. It's a different ball game. No, of course, they're kidnapping Anambra, they're kidnapping in Benin. But if you are kidnapping in Anambra or in Benin and the other person from Benin, there are chances that after this money is paid, it will be released. Now you are kidnapping a territory that you are not familiar with. These people don't care about you. They must do what they want to do to get what they want to get. That's why it's been more difficult for the Emmanuel people to get their persons out. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say. Because there's no connection. Those people there, those northern, their own kidnapping is different. The one they kidnap in the south is different. Those ones, when you get 5 million, sometimes from 20 million, they will negotiate and get to 6 million, they collect their money. Of course, it's still some Fulanis doing it in the south, but it's a bit different. You understand? So it's going to be a very dicey situation for you guys. Some people don't even return back, but I don't pray that will be the case of your boss. Mostly those in the north. Their case is very, very. Those one does not. Even farm is good. Yeah, I kidnapped people from Abuja's estate recently. You go to estate and kidnap people, and they'll be asking for you to ransom.
I think
what is sad though
in Abuja is actually increasing so much because even within my Asokoro where I stay, somebody was kidnapped in his house, so it's actually increasing somehow.
Yes, I've been seeing it come up in the news cycle over the last few days, more and more. Kidnapping. I thought they had a ring of steel around a place. Abuja is not that big now, so why are they not even able to secure it?
I don't know. They are being nonchalant and they are not putting the necessary measure in.
Are they being nonchalant or are they actually complicit? Are they working with these kidnappers? Is really more the question.
Probably because if now what they're now siphoning my boss upon for what he's going through. The police and all these armed forces, they will ask him to send money for bullets, to send money for them to eat, and the kidnapper will still call my boss to send money for the charge card. Like every day, that man is spending nothing less than 100, 200, and 300,000 naira.
Imagine.
Now, the family that was killed, they are still today, they are still asking money. He has spent close to 1 million naira. The man told me one day that he feel like open the ground so that everything will end.
Nigeria is hell on earth. Hell on earth.
And the Nigerians are the ones. I'm beginning to be convinced that Nigerians are the ones doing it, and they don't just know it. They don't see the kind of behavior that is increasing these problems. And I think a security analyst came on TV the other day and said 80% of Nigerian security operatives, especially the military, are securing Nigerian assets. Because we forget, somebody has to keep all in strategic assets stable, like the oil refineries, the oil pipeline, the tanks, and all the rest. That's what they are doing. Then who is going to secure the people? Okay, the cities are generally safe.
Most of these forces, most of these police people, they are part of them. Most of them are part of them. These police you are seeing, these soldiers, most of them are.
It's not most of them. Using most of them, you are a kind of belittling the sacrifice some of them have made. So let them deal with their lives.
Hold on, let him tell that story tonight. Yeah.
So how can you tell me that you have gotten a place where these people are sitting, where they are, all of a sudden they will tell that they are not more there anymore? So what kind of information are they getting? Okay, just tell us, okay, we are going to strike him today, and tomorrow they say they're not more there again. This is like 4 times it's happening. Tell me, most of them there are giving them information because they are feeding from there too. Just like what happened.
You know, Emmanuel, it is stories like that keeps a lot of us where we are and away from Nigeria. A friend of mine who I think he built an hotel in Ikorodu, so he has a strong presence in Nigeria. He was just telling me the other day that if somebody was having an event and that sorry, Dewale, mute yourself for a moment. Anytime we always get feedback from you. It was telling me that anytime somebody is having an event, if that event, if it's further than Ibadan, he will just send them money because he's not willing to take the risk of traveling beyond Ibadan. He really just isolates himself within Lagos and his environs. And that's just, I mean, it's not a country, is it really, that Nigeria? It's just it's a hellish space.
Like you want to do Uber, you hardly do Uber now in Abuja because you don't know the car you're entering. It's so terrible. You see people trekking because they say
I want to say something real quick. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
You know, when things happen, people are not always in the right state of mind. They don't think clearly. To catch those people that kidnapped your boss's wife or family members, your sisters, it's easy. If police really want to do their job, the fact that they have a middleman, the communication vehicle between them, the family, and the kidnapper, there's something that they can take that you can, more like an injected substance that you can use to track the movement of the middleman to the location or the hideout of these people. But because the law enforcement also wants to milk the family, so there will be food dragging. And I think that is what is playing out here. Even there's this tracker, what does it call it? The one for the iPhone. You can sew in on your clothes, like maybe at where you have your belt. You can sew it in there, and you can use that to even track individual to the hideout or whatever you want. But because people are lazy, they don't want to do work. They just want to, exploit the situation.
That's Dewale. Those technology you're talking about is archaic technology. Technology has advanced so much. Even Nigeria.
It's the cheapest. It's the cheapest. That's why I bring that up.
Wait now. Yeah, wait. Any call, they make their demands through calls, true of us. They call. Technology is so advanced, even it's on a single app, so cheap on the app. Any card, any SIM card registered to a phone, it will be traced. That phone, everything about that phone can be traced. as far as that phone is connected to a tower, that SIM card is connected to a phone, it's installed in the phone, and that SIM card is registered on a phone IMEI. Every calls made from that phone can be traced. This location can be traced. You don't even need the person. All they just need is that person to make a call. They will tell you the kind of the phone, the model of the phone, the text messages, everything that phone, every activity on that phone, they will tell you. From there, they can pick all these people.
Probably not that straightforward. If it was that straightforward, they would have found it by now.
No, it's straightforward. We have technology, but the problem.
Because they can route the call through other things. They can route it through Skype.
See, it's not the.
They are not using it next time, but I ask myself, where are they buying the SIM card?
Emmanuel.
We mustn't assume naivety on behalf of on the part of these people. You know those people, they are cross-border people. So the SIM cards and all of those things almost certainly will be Cameroonian, Niger Republic. So they will just route it through another country. Yeah.
The SIM card is not in question. It's what the SIM card connected to the device, your device. That SIM card is registered to an IMEI, and every phone has the IMEI. That's the phone signature. Your device.
Yeah, but it's not enough to be able to track where they are.
No, it's very enough. Do you know now your phone, your cell phone now, this is your smartphone you have. If you switch it off, it's still working. It reached to a meter.
And that was how they caught Evans, the kidnapper, by the way.
Yes, I was the kidnapper.
What piece? My niece was disappeared for like 3 days. Students, we couldn't locate her. Then the commissioner of police in the state, of course, was the king of my town. We used that connection to get in touch with the commissioner of police, and we're trying to track her number. And we were told that we are going to pay. I was told that we will pay, I think around 40,000 or something like that. That's why the connection between the monarch and the commissioner of police. But despite that, the money wasn't paid, but they couldn't do the tracking. That phone pinging about the location of the last call or where the phone is located, they couldn't do that. They couldn't trace it. How? I have no idea. That was the reason why I brought that tracking of that middleman.
That one. The commissioner, the people that in that case, they didn't want to take it far. Let me tell you real quick. Delta State, how do you call it? The Education Board or management. The son, his car was stolen in the custody. And his phone was inside his smartphone was inside the car. I mean, they took the car. He was robbed anyway. So, but the criminal let him go. They took the car and his phone was inside. Now, he told my sister. So we're talking, and he was they told you take car's phone over. I said, why now? So I called my guy who's in the SSS, just as in Benin. This was just like 2 years ago. And all they requested is you bring the phone number. They brought the phone number. They tracked that IMEI. The guy already changed the SIM card. He gave the phone to his sister, the armed robber. He already removed the SIM card and put a new SIM card. But whatever entered that phone, that IMEI, so I don't know how much they got the SIM card and got the IMEI. The IMEI is the one in question right now, not the SIM card anymore. Whatever tower that IMEI is registered to is being tracked. They called the sister in the custody. The sister took them to his brother. The car was in the younger sister's backyard. It's hosted. But they couldn't get the guy. Actually, the guy already escaped. But all the contact phone number with that guy was being traced. That guy left Nigeria now.
Mm-hmm.
If the Nigerian police want to work, they will work.
No, they won't be able. See, you have to understand. Even the police officer, the head of police said it recently that they don't have enough people, and that the criminals know it. And it is true. They don't have enough people. They are too far spread thin on the ground. They've been saying this forever.
That I agree with you.
If you don't have enough people, what are they going to do?
That have helped us, like getting a lot of drones, as far as maybe in Abuja alone. For
drones
now,
are not going to arrest people.
No, hold on.
At least to get the location of these people, have the location of what is happening, the crime, along the street and everything. If you have drones everywhere flying, you'll be able to see all these things happening and have a central room where you control it.
Yeah, but somebody.
Yeah, rather than personnel, I think what they need is technology along the lines of what you are what you're
One
saying
man.
there.
Technology will not arrest anybody.
No, technology would, of course, technology would not. Emmanuel just described now. If they had aerial
You'll be watching
surveillance,
them still. Bye-bye TV show.
oh
It's like
God!
a reality
All right,
TV.
all right,
What is the use?
all right.
One man, real quick before you move to that other topic. You'll be amazed that even Nigerian police, as big as that force is, they are way behind when it comes to technology. They prefer their intelligence gathering is archaic. It's like an old way of doing things, like when you have people on ground. They don't have a modern policing technique of gathering intelligence. And that is why it seems that they are lazy, something that they should have able to get, have their hands on within days or within hours. It will spend through for a month. And before you know it, the perpetrators already covered the track and out of that area. So they still have a lot, apart from the technology that they don't even have, they still have a lot of ground to cover because they are not cross-trained in the modern technology. Even the little phone that they have in their hand, not very many of them can operate. You don't talk about, getting much more sophisticated information from a very strong, reliable source.
All right, back to Emmanuel. So Emmanuel, is it a case of they have given up on the on the man's sister, and then they're just going to go there with force?
No, I'm not giving up because my guy has been changing his tickets for like 4 times now. Every time he changed, they charge him like 400,000. So he's just doing everything humanly possible to make sure that his sister is released so he can go back to UK. I say he's not coming back again. So it's just the whole thing that is happening within this short period now. So to me, I think the security architecture of Nigeria needs to be totally overhauled. Just everything needs to change because I'm sure most of them there, somebody said I should not use most of them, are just part of what is happening, part of our problem. So it's just terrible. But one man, I want to talk about a little bit about politics anyway.
Yes, I was just going to say take us to the politics. Yes, carry on, Emmanuel.
Oh, okay. What is happening in River? Which one would I talk about? What is happening in River? Or where?
Well, you can talk about what is happening in Rivers, or you could talk about this headline on the screen. Supreme Court announced dates to deliver final judgment on Nnamdi Kanu's release. So that date is now tomorrow or today, depending on where you are, Friday. So by sometime today, the Supreme Court then will tell us, because of course, the push is to have Nnamdi Kanu back home for Christmas. So, and that decision then, if he is going to be home for Christmas, that decision will be made today.
Okay, I think it's fair enough if they have, check everything and make sure that he's not guilty of anything. So they should send him home. All this, I told you that I'll never in support of Nnamdi Kanu, whatever he's doing. Even this present one, they call himself Simon Ekbara. So all these things, they used to instigate our people to do some sort of nonsense. So, but if they find him anything guilty, he should pay for it, which I'm sure he has been paying for it for past years now. So, but if they free him, I think the federal government needs to do that, unlike what Buhari did last time. So they just have to let him go if he's free, if they free him, like no charges, nothing. But I'm thinking from the other angle that if they free him, he might come back against federal government and take them to court, maybe to collect some money, some billions of naira for damaging his image and all stuff like that. So it should be a good news for some of us in the Southeast. At least our man is our boy is coming down to Southeast. One man, I think.
I think they'll be releasing him on bail rather than it's not that he has no charges to answer to. It's more really sort of like a bail condition sort of thing. But his counter argument is that not only should they release him, but they should release him with compensation. But what do you make of the political expediency of it? Because we've debated it in the past, that it makes political sense for the Tinubu administration to release Nnamdi Kanu so that it will redirect the focus of the Southeast towards their son. rather than just antagonizing governance?
One man, it will not happen. For me as an Igbo
person, but if they release Nnamdi Kanu, all the obedient spaces will now be talking about Nnamdi Kanu and how it's going to take power back from Simon Ekpa.
One man, do you think obedient are just people from the southeast?
Well, yeah, I know they are not, but the abundance of them is.
Okay, let's assume that abundance of them are from southeast, and most of them are not, aligning with Simon Ekpa. To me, I'm not part of them. And we have some of us, like somebody like me, we have millions of us like that. I don't even care about this man. But we just want to have peace in that region. That's why we want.
You think his release will bring peace?
I think to some extent, but those IPOP that they have infiltrated the IPOP and some miscreants.
Do you think all those unknown gunmen who have tasted blood and found an easy way, an easy route to wealth, to easy money, do you think they are going to just suddenly put down their guns because Nnamdi Kanu has been released, unknown gunmen?
I think if they refuse to do that, then they are now open for our security people to chase after them and get them and charge them. So, but if for now, if this man is released and there's still a problem in Southeast, I think security, federal government security should go hard on them and deal with them. So that is me. And all this nonsense sit at home should stop. So I'm never in support of whatever is happening in the Southeast. All those
do you think if Nnamdi Kanu is released, do you think there'll be a shootout between him and Simon Ekpa for supremacy?
I think so. Because the Simon Ekpa is trying to get hold of whatever is happening now, so that he'll be still milking some gullible people that is collecting money from. Because if this man comes out now, so he will try to find a way to fight him. So, but I'm never.
Do you think that will not bring further more insecurity?
Hold on. Do you think if Nnamdi Kanu is released, do you think that there will be a battle for preeminence in the Southeast between him and Peter Obi, and by extension, do you think Peter Obi actually wants him released?
One man, why are you being very corny? So there's no way you would tell me that Peter Obi does not want Nnamdi Kanu to be released.
Because if they release Nnamdi Kanu, he will want to seize the center ground in the Southeast, because that was his domain before he was captured, and Peter Obi has caught into that space. And Nnamdi Kanu is very frontal towards. He was even calling him homosexual. So he has no time for Peter Obi, of course, and he will take on that Obi space frontally and invite the people to make a decision.
No, let me tell you, Peter Obi has his personality intact. Peter Obi, if you know Peter Obi, everybody is fighting structure, no structure. Wike is fighting structure today. Peter Obi left Anambra State how many years back? But Peter Obi was able to, one man, what Peter Obi carry is his own personal, as his personality speak for him. Not all this you are saying that anybody is going to bring his population, his character, or whatever down. It's not going to happen. Peter Obi has that his character.
You think if Nnamdi Kanu is released, you think he will not fight Peter Obi?
He cannot fight Peter Obi.
You don't think he will? You don't think he will fight Peter Obi?
There's nothing.
You don't think so?
There's not. As far as Southeast is concerned, Peter Obi is there to many people had. One man, I'm telling you, nothing. Forget it. Peter Obi is 1 in a million in Southeast. The rest of them, they are criminals. Those
I think you may be overstating the actual cachet that people put on individuals. If Nnamdi Kanu is released, and it depends on what he does, really. If he comes out and does, engages the system and wants to participate, He might actually, because he's actually charismatic, so he might actually gain support. However, I don't subscribe to the Supreme Court releasing him just for the sake of it. They have to give a very, very concrete reason that is tied to what he's accused of, what we all saw him do. Because if those things were done,
no. They are not giving the verdict on what he did. You know, they are giving the verdict on his entitlement to bail or not.
You see, that for me, okay, if that's what they want to do and they want to put him on the street after those type of acts, I guess it's up to them, depending on the condition, isn't it? Because bail is something that is not the guilt or innocence. So I guess that's open to them.
What I'm
It's up to
suspecting
them.
that Nnamdi Kanu is going to be silent for many years, like 3 years. He's not going to say anything. As immediately they released him for 2 or 3 years, he's going to be very silent.
Emmanuel.
But he will speak via body language, though.
Yes, sir. Emmanuel, even though Kanu not speaking or staying silent is not the case. That word released and it's been shown on the TV, he stepped out, is a big win for his agitator, and that will continue to unleash hell. Either he speaks, he doesn't speak, people will speak through him. Whatever happens, they'll say he's the one that gave the command, and that will be a big problem. And the question I wanted to ask you, if Samepa gang going to slaughter for supremacy, and you say yes, then you don't see that will bring more further instability of insecurity in the southeast.
That's within themselves, not now within
no, you cannot. Who are these? These are people that will be taking territory within the south. They're going to shoot in the
sky. Let me ask you this question, Emmanuel. If and when Nnamdi Kanu is released, Peter Obi will be forced to take a public position on it. He cannot ignore it, can he?
He has taken public position. He said that Biafra has been there for
not Biafra. Nnamdi Kanu. No, he will because he takes a position on everything. They are trying to clear water passage in Lagos. He takes a position on that. They are trying to fry dodo in the land. So he has to.
He wanted to stay quiet.
Yeah, so he has to take a position on something because people accuse him of not taking positions on things that happen in the southeast. But if Nnamdi Kanu is released, Peter Obi has to go to his Twitter's whatever it is and take a position. So now, what sort of position can he take? Because
then I asked you that question. What kind of position are you expecting him to take?
No. I expect him to say something like that the rule of law has ultimately been abided by. Just a placid, non-damning, just vanilla sort of. But he will make some sort of vanilla sort of commentary. But even with that, you know that a lot of Peter Obi's followership were essentially lended to by the Nnamdi Kanu space, because there was a lot of transmission from the Nnamdi Kanu narrative onto the obedience train. But when Nnamdi Kanu comes out and they see that the obedience train has reached its natural port of departure, and then they will hop back to the Nnamdi
One man, I beg to differ, because during that electionary period, you hear them saying that they don't want election in the southeast. So which people are you talking about like this?
I'm talking about the. Are you saying that a good percentage of Peter Obi's followership in the southeast they are not Nnamdi Kanu's crew?
Well, man, let me tell you, yeah. Every southeasterner, yeah. Let me say they are not Ipobian. And
no, not every now.
Yeah. They are not Ipobian, and they don't really want Biafra, but they have this soft spot for them. Do you understand? Let me just put it that way. They have these soft spots. Like somebody like me, I don't want it. Yeah, I don't want. Although I don't belong to them.
but I still have this soft spot towards them. You don't kill my people. You don't, murder them. You just let them be. And I don't want them to be causing trouble. I don't want see my brother being killed because of something. I'm not happy. That's what I mean by soft spot for them. Yeah. So, but people like me in the Southeast, we are the majority. So those handful of people, which is the minority, are the people you are referring now. And those people are the ones that say they don't want election in the Southeast. So I don't know where you're pinching this thing you're saying now.
All right. Well, hopefully Nnamdi Kanu will be released, because it will certainly it will be a real boon for platforms like this, because then it give us, because that battle is going to be ugly. It's going to be Nnamdi Kanu versus Simon Ekpa, and then it will be Nnamdi Kanu versus Peter Obi, and then it's going to be a battle for the soul of the Southeast. And then Charles Soludo will come into play, who has been advocating on behalf of Nnamdi Kanu, and then that might well be his pathway back to eminence. So Nnamdi Kanu, and then of course all of the noise
Soludo
pointed at this. I forget to. No, we'll see.
Woman, I want to ask you a question, direct to you. Should I ask?
Yeah, carry on.
Soludo has been advocating for Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, and all that. And seeing the way you guys support Soludo, even you have vowed that if he comes out to contest for presidency, that you guys are going to support him, knowing fully well that he stands on Nnamdi Kanu, the support he's giving on Nnamdi Kanu, and even Biafra of a stuff. Are you not going to label him an IPOB when he comes out to contest for presidency? Because everybody knows that.
Definitely label him that.
So I want to hear from you, because you really support him, you really like him, and the man you like is an IPOB supporter, he's an Nnamdi supporter. He has been advocating for. He's been in the front bar speaking for Nnamdi Kanu to be released. It's very clear. And one of the reasons why you guys don't want P2B to govern Nigeria is because you tag him to be an IPOB. Now, your man Soludo is a well-known supporter of Nnamdi Kanu. So when he comes out, are you going to support him, knowing that he's an IPOB supporter?
It's not an IPOB supporter now. It's a conscientious objector to flouting of rules of law. So it's a law upholder.
Oh my God, man! What about it? That is the most facetious answer I've ever had.
It don't use grammar. It don't use grammar to you for work.
Oh my God!
This is why we are saying that most people in that IPOB space or in the Southeast space, I think they are political formidable. They are not formidable. You see the language Wama just used, and like the question Kenny raised, and when I've sometimes tackling Ajalgoko saying, no, Nnamdi Kanu must be released, blah, blah, he's fighting for his right. I'll tell you, why did they do the same to Igboho? What is wrong is wrong. Nnamdi Kanu is wrong to the Southeast. Simon Ekpa is wrong to the Southeast. IPOB agitation is wrong to the Southeast. If Southeast want to move on, they have to do away with these three things. Igbos can agitate as Igbo. That is their fair right. They can do anything at Igbo. That is their fair right. That will have more fair calling and people will listen to them. But bringing
back to what you're saying, those people that are even saying those things, they are just minority. They are just small people.
I was coming to you, my dear brother Emmanuel, because this is how you think you are smarter than the rest people. You always say, no, it's just the minority people. The minority people are deciding from 5 states to sit at home, and they are sitting at home, and you are saying they are the minority people.
Where are they?
What does that mean?
Where are they still at home?
This is what you were saying. What they sit at home? Was it not sit at home for almost 3 years since? No, hold on. Wait now, hold on.
You diverted one man. One man have not given me a good answer.
No, they cannot answer. I don't answer it for you. I just answered it for you now. He cannot answer you now.
Answer for him. I want him to give me a good
answer. I did not answer for him. I just told you he cannot answer that question.
Why can't he answer it? Why can't he answer it?
Because you guys think you are smart. Because you guys are not smart.
There is nothing being smart there. There is nothing being smart. When people comes out to contest, somebody like P2B, what one man used against P2B is IPOB. That a lot of his supporters are IPOB. But knowing his man, Soludo, is the one championing the Lilos of Nnamdi Kanu, shows a lot of sympathy for Nnamdi Kanu and the IPOB. What will be his reaction towards IPOB or Soludo when he comes out to contest for presidency? Will he also condemn him because he's agitating for Nnamdi Kanu release? I need a clear answer, especially from one man.
I've already answered. He answered you now. He answered you now.
I didn't understand what you answered. I didn't understand your answer.
You see, Ekene, that's I said. Wait now, Ekene, listen now.
Does Emmanuel still have the floor?
Emmanuel still have the floor. He still have the floor. I was actually addressing Emmanuel before Ekene came in.
Right.
Anyway,
I was going to go to Emeka, but now he's gone with all this.
Okay.
All right.
Emmanuel just answered you in the best way that is needed to answer anybody that had that ideology in that area. And your question is very clear to your answer. The question you have, you know the answer. By the time Soludo comes out tomorrow, 1 month decision you cannot make him president. The people that sees that Biafra will never vote for him. Anybody that is coming out in that form will never get any vote. As far it's been tagged as a Biafra loyalist.
It's not only one man here. Enigmatic is involved.
Did I say only one man? I said the people, a lot of people, even me. Listen.
These guys are
one voice now. What's going on?
Can you just listen? Can you just listen?
What piece? Let him. What piece? Land that point. And then Emmanuel round up that space, and then let's bring it back.
Okay, thank you. I'm not saying just one man. I say one man alone cannot. One opinion cannot save Soludo. The rest of Nigeria sees him as an IPOB sympathizer that will nail him to death. Then to Emmanuel, you keep saying not only you. That's what most people say, and I think they are being smart about it. Like, no, it's just 1% of them that is saying that. The rest, Igbos or the rest of Southeast people, they don't say they don't have that thinking. But that 1% is causing hell in Southeast. We are seeing sit at home everywhere. You are seeing people being by force. They saw so many evidences. Then you think come out and say 1%.
All right. Emmanuel, responds to that, and then give us a short commentary on River State. This time without interjection, and then we go on to Emeka. Back to Emmanuel.
Yeah. What piece? I think you have been hammering on this thing about the Southeast. And I want to ask you, the insecurity in Nigeria is not only in the Southeast. That we have insecurity everywhere happening in the South, across the Nigeria, across the nation. Yeah. So, but what I'm telling you that whoever is causing it in the Southeast are these people, and they are minority. Just like in other places, like Boko Haram, like other places, they are causing problem. They're always the small people causing problem in every region. And they are using this Nnamdi Kanu as an yardstick for that issue that is causing them, which I'm sure if Nnamdi Kanu is released, the problem in the Southeast might reduce to some extent. And whoever that is now caught, doing a sit at home or doing a causing problem will not have to face the law. Do you understand? So don't face the whole of Southeast that's where the problem of Nigeria is. It's not. It's happening everywhere across the nation. But I'm telling you that what is happening there are just few people causing that problem. And those few people, if the federal government is ready to face them, they can. They're just rat tag, I call them, just nonchalant children. They're just causing problem everywhere in the Southeast. They are just few people. People like me, I'm not in support of what they are saying, but I have a soft spot for them. Like I said before, you don't come there and kill them anyhow. Of course, they are my people, so I'll feel pain. So,
all right, give us a brief commentary on River State, and then we're going to Emeka.
Okay. One man. You will not ask me whether I'm happy of what is happening to Wike or not. To me, I know that Wike has been playing this big politics in the river. In fact, River State has been a place where, let me say, a battlefield for all these big politicians, right from the time of Odele, Amechi, And now, it's happening to, Wike, and, Fubara will still get his own coin when time come. So, Wike, during the time of election, he said that that the river people know who they are going to vote. That is not that he's going to, January is going to tell the River State who are going to vote. We did not hear that from Wike. Wike said that it's not going to PDP. It's not leaving PDP. That PDP is like malaria. It can't go to cancer, which is APC. But we are still here watching. Probably he will jump there, which we already seen the sign. Wike said that you cannot, we cannot work for you and give you umbrella. You dump umbrella and join the another party, that you have to drop the umbrella and leave the seat. Of course, Wike is now instigating people to leave the party that they have worked for, or maybe the PDP has garnered people and voted. Now you want them to leave and carry their mandate to another party. It's not possible. And thank God our constitution is clear enough that if you're leaving, you leave the seat vacant, because you cannot take another person's mandate to somewhere. So the issue that is between Wike and Fubara, I said it before, even before I started, that whatever you do will come back to you in full time with time, and that's what is happening now. So Wike destroy Amechi in Rivers State, and he think that he can go away with that. So it's paining him now that there's somebody that he handpick, because to me, that guy don't have electoral value at all. He handpicked that Fubara and put him in that position. That same treatment he unleashed on Amechi is what is happening to him now. And this is just the beginning. So you might seem that I'm happy to what is happening. I'm not happy after all. Just like the other useless man, which is a Fubara, just going around destroying the House of Assembly. For what? Crazy people everywhere. And the so-called Wike does not even have eyes for talent. He went and picked someone that is a tyrant like him. And the tyrant now that he picked is now biting him hard. And this is just the beginning anyway. Because Wike value in Rivers State has started dwindling already. He's going to die very soon. It has no value. As from now, I don't think Wike can command anything now in Rivers State. And that position that he held today is just a thank you for what the criminality that he committed in Rivers State. He took some people's mandate and gave it to another person. That is why APC now gave him thank you, come and have this position in FCT. And he thinks that he's going to control that power to 2027. That's why he's fighting so hard that structure of criminality that he kept in River will maintain, and that Fubara will maintain it for him. But I think there's a bigger play ahead of him that's going to happen to him very soon. So he can only rant, but I'm sure that Fubara is going to win this war, which I'm sure now he has won. The commissioner that are leaving now, he's going to replace them with another commissioner. The 27 people, lawmakers that are left, their seats now vacant. So who is losing? So what goes around comes around. I told people that his karma is catching up with him. So one man, that is it.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Emeka, you're up next. Mekus.
Yeah, good evening, woman.
Our body.
Good evening, body.
Sorry about our guest for today. What happened, Emeka, was we'd agreed 9 o'clock for him to come on. But then that 9 o'clock, it ended up being 8 o'clock my time. And then he was ready, waiting for, and I said, no, we can't. It was just too early. So I thought Nigeria was 1 hour ahead, but Nigeria is actually 1 hour behind.
No, Nigeria is the same time with the UK now.
So if we agreed 9 o'clock, and he was telling me that he was ready at 8 o'clock, that where am I?
No, one man. Sometimes, no. Wemeka is getting it wrong. It's already winter right now, right?
Nigeria is the same time with UK.
No. It's already winter now. I think maybe a week from now, the UK, that Big Ben, that would adjust it by 1 hour. I think UK is 1 hour ahead now. Nigeria.
They've adjusted it.
UK is 1 hour ahead of Nigeria. Go and check it because it's
they've adjusted it.
So UK is 1 hour ahead because
everybody's confirming it. Nigeria is, because that's what played out. He was 1 hour behind the time that I was expecting him, and I just
Yeah, so because it's longer nights, shorter day right now.
I even saw him announcing it on his stream earlier on, and I was thinking, okay, we get a lot of his numbers come over, but we've arranged it again for Saturday. Hopefully that works out. So Emeka, to the politics of it, what are you looking at?
Well, I did follow the news today. I also want to use this opportunity to beg my co-panelists, please, guys, let's interject, minimal interjections, so that we can get to other people to also give in their own input, right? Some of us have been quiet. It's not that we cannot interject, because we just don't want to make it a rowdy session. Please, it's just a plea, an appeal, so that it can go round, then it can also come back to you. Yeah, I want to also use this opportunity to call out one name. Ekene, please. All right, let's proceed.
All right.
I didn't hear you.
I know you will say something.
You called my name now. I didn't hear what you said.
He said Meshono. He said Meshono.
I know Meshono. You know, they wait for you now. Now your talk, I they wait for.
I know, that was
if you just finish, I might sleep. If you finish everything you are talking now, I will just go to sleep. I just want you to speak.
I know. That's why I called you out. You are just
so continue. You know, say my attention will come to you now. So no worry.
Emeka is waiting for you to pronounce Ikpeazu.
Each time I want to speak, I know Ekene is always on the edge, waiting to let me fight this guy. Let me fight.
I wait for you. Once you don't speak, I'm okay. So they speak.
No worry. You demand this guy. We don't know the name of his.
You don't know the name of his former governor. Don't worry.
All right, let's proceed.
All right. So now, Emeka, somewhat of a Spartan news cycle. Akpabio collapsing, or did he? But the size of Fubara's budget is an eye. We were discussing Alex Otis' budget just a couple of sessions ago, 400 billion, and we're saying excessive. But Fubara here comes up with an 800 billion budget, and then he presents it to an assembly made up of 4 people, and that is a budget passed on. So what are you then making of River State? That just
I've not looked at. I saw it, but I've not compared it to the previous year budget, right? To see the changes involved. This is almost close to ₦1 trillion. Seems like a budget that is viewed to expand River States, but I'm yet to look at it look at the details, right? Just to see, compared to the last year budget, look at what they're trying to do and see if Fubara is somebody who is thinking in the right senses, despite what he has been doing in that state. Anyway, maybe tomorrow, if I have the time, I will look at it and provide more context. But with this 800, which is close to ₦1 trillion, it shows that River State is taking a forward step towards improving the overall awareness of the states. In my point of view, anybody can correct me because I've not looked at it in full view. But with the disposition of the governor, we can tell the man is fighting for power. He's trying to corner power behind towards himself. You see some commissioners who have resigned. I think maybe he might have instigated their resignation because from the rumor mill, we hear that the commissioners, he didn't appoint any of them. And if he didn't appoint any of them, the loyalty will not be towards him, but to the individual who appointed them. So him those commissioners leaving and then him replacing them with his loyalists. It's a good one. He's scoring good points. If you ask me, I think he's gradually taking over, gradually, not entirely, but gradually taking the power structures in Rivers State. From him passing his budget to not even 1/3 of the House of Assembly, to him now to commissioners leaving the place. So the power tussle is going on and the fight is continuing. Who knows? Like I said yesterday, we don't know where this will finally lead. We don't even know who's going to win, but one thing we can say is that being a governor is a very powerful position, and whoever holds that position is a very powerful man.
He seems to have the upper hand in this tussle, Fubara. He seems to somewhat he seems to be ahead somewhat in this back and forth.
Yeah, so a lot of people have criticized him, even our very own Baba Jalen Koko. But I understand he perpetrated some acts that are very bizarre. But he is a man fighting for power and relevance. You understand? You cannot have a governor, and the governor is at some point not able to control things within his state. I think Wike, in my view, I might be wrong, made a mistake in the sense that, okay, he should have allowed him, they should have had this discussion, okay, who will be commissioner, who will be this, and let him handpick the people he wants. Let him still be the man that controls the state, and let Wike be the man that controls the governor. I think that's what goes on. And I also feel Wike is so power hungry in the sense that even despite the fact that there's still an elder council in Rivers State, Wike still wants to control everything. That power, Wike should have been able to disperse that power across a ruling council that will now sit down with the governor and tell the governor, hey, chief, this is how we want to run this place, and this is how it ought to be. You will defer to us, we will organize the structure. You will still be the leader at the moment, but this is what we need to do. And then Wike cannot be the one organizing the show within the ruling council. I think that's what Asiwaju is doing, and that's why it's been successful. But
let me interject you. I don't understand what you're saying. You are saying that Wike should have been in control.
That's my own opinion. Like, Wike is trying to run a one-man show, in my view, right?
Hold on. Political party is a group of people. All right. And when we are talking, you know what structure means. And what you are suggesting, I don't understand. You say Wike should have been in control of.
So what I'm saying, like what we have in Lagos State, the Lagos State governing council, right? So that let me explain before you criticize me. Let me explain before you criticize me now. Let me explain properly. So if Wike has like a Rivers State Governing Council, that's his structure he's talking about. The key leaders, they have like a monthly or a quarterly meeting where they make decisions on how the state of affairs would go in Rivers State, right? Wike is going to probably be a member of that. And then orderly, probably Amechi would not be there because Amechi they've been fighting. Pick those key, even from Ijaw, the topmost leader that the Ijaw people in Rivers State will respect. Part of the political structure will be there. So the view is we determine the fate, the political and the governing affairs of Rivers State. We will sit down as well and determine who will be governor within Rivers State, regardless of political party. And this is how we would move. So when there are now issues like what is happening now, those are the people, the leaders of Rivers State, the governing council will sit down and say, okay, Wike, this is not what we want. Fubara, this is not what we want. This is how you should continue with governing the affairs. And in that place, what I'm saying is that Wike dispersing power towards his political structure. He is still like the de facto political leader, but dispersing that power, not him single-handedly want to collect power or erode power towards himself. That is the problem. Now, in this state now, if the governor is very smart, and I think he's a very smart man, the way he's running the show, I consider him to be a very smart man. He pokes Wike without even showing his hands. Wike is the one showing his hand, but he's poking Wike without showing his hands. Now, the guy is going about, you can tell 4 commissioners have left. They didn't leave because they didn't like the job. They left maybe because the seat is very hot for them. And I think more commissioners will leave because he wants his own people. He wants to control things. And I don't expect him not to. He has to. He is the governor. He is the #1 citizen of the state. So he has to control things regardless of what is going on, despite the fact that the loyalty and the trust has been broken. So in this viewpoint, it is the mistake of Wike not learning from those who have done this before, and also his personality of being so power hungry, rubbing off on him. I understand Wike, political structure without it is irrelevant. But again, approach things with sense, approach things with decency, approach things with your ability to understand where it's coming from. Not being so Wike's my own for the with Wike is him rushing out to the media too soon, him rushing out and expressing his grievances, him rushing out and showing his hands, and also him rushing out to act. And then I do not expect the governor not to react. If he doesn't react, then what the hell are you there for?
Omega.
Yes, go ahead.
Omega. I want to say something before Jericho go comment. I'm not trying to interject, but I just want to commend you. I want to agree with you. I want to commend you. Now you speak like a man who is not driven by hypocrisy. You understand? Even though that structure, I don't like it. The way people call structure, I don't like it. But at least you give a very fair opinion there. And I commend you for that. So continue.
Thank you. This is why you commend me today. It's like you ate good food this night.
No, whenever if you speak the truth, I tell you speak the truth. You said you speak the truth.
Go obedient camp now. They won't drag you go obedient camp.
No, whenever you speak the truth, I tell you. After all, it's my brother. I expect him to always say the truth.
I don't like that camp. Baba Jali Kokoro, let me hear from you.
They won't carry you go obedient camp. You don't say that sharp people will get sharp man that they look for. So you get sharp man, they go carry you go there.
No, I don't want to go there. It's not for me.
All right. So are you following the storyline of Apabio, who allegedly collapsed at his birthday? What are
I hear that, right? But someone said it's still a rumor. It didn't happen. Maybe let's say it happened.
Let me interject you 1 minute. Let me interject you. I heard all that you said. Wike should have done this. Wike should have done that. He should have allowed Fubara to choose commissioners by himself and not dictating and not doing that. Where have you seen that done? Even what you're trying to one of Lagos is not done like that. Tinubu is the alpha and omega before he became the president. The governing council you are trying to recommend, irrespective of party. Where do you see? Did Tinubu even did he practice that in Lagos? Where irrespective of party. Where do you see that done? So, but let me tell you, that structure we are talking about, group of people in the same political camp across the state, they are the backbone of that group. And if you don't carry them along when it comes to appointment, then you will fail. So the fact that Wike is the leader doesn't mean that he unpicks everybody. It doesn't work like that in politics. It is give and take. It is what you contributed into the success of the group that will get you a reward when it is necessary. So a lot of you are looking at Wike as if, he just unpicked everybody everywhere. You, the commissioner, you this, you are this. It doesn't work like that. If you go and look at them in the meeting, in the dead night, when the leaders of the group argue with each other, they will spit on the face of the governor. Some of you don't know, you think because it's a position of leader, he just imposes people just as he likes without anybody checking him. No. They check him. And that is why you will see him carrying out campaign, going everywhere, begging leaders and traditional leaders everywhere and community leaders in every community. Why do you think they go around to campaign? It's because they have people that work in different places for them to win election. And those are the ones that when the position comes, they want to share position, they have to look for, okay, who is the best person from your zone? Submit the name of person from your own zone. Submit the name of a person from your own district. Submit the person from your own senatorial zone for us to consider for this position. And they will do that group work, sit down, they will do screening among themselves before they pick people. So for the fact that is the leader that is the frontline leader, it doesn't mean that it's a dictator. He could have a sharp mouth, talking and very lousy, but it doesn't mean that every appointment you see there is the one that unpick everybody. No. So when we are making our analysis, we have to try. If we don't know practically how these things work, then we will talk as if, oh, he is just a dictator. He just do as he likes. No, it wasn't like that. This guy doesn't know anybody within the group. He's a civil servant. He was a civil servant. Who does he know on the ground politically? He doesn't know anybody. So how can you say he's the one to appoint this and that when he doesn't know anybody on the ground among those that will work for him? It's a group work. So they brought him in, they let him be the governorship candidate. Understand? He have to sit down and understand the group well. Work with them, know them well, and know this at the early stage. Okay. So, but a lot of guys doesn't know how it works, and that's why you guys talk.
Thank you. Your submission is well thought out, and in my view. Now, going by Wike's previous media discussion before the election, Wike, what I'm saying is actually from Wike's mouth, and also from his previous aides who fell out with him. I'm not quoting from my own insinuations. Wike, when they were asking, Wike said the people who were lobbying initially to become governor, that that was what he said, if I had appointed them, that they would have killed him. So Wike single-handedly appointed Fubara. And the possibility of that is because he has looked at Fubara and saw Fubara as someone who is meek. We all can presume him to be that individual. When you see him, he appears to be a meek man. Someone who has been doing his deals, appeared to be loyal to Wike, and is not someone who appears to be power hungry from I'm just on face value, right? And Wike said that when I think it was his second or third media interview. Now, there was another man who came out last year in Arise, and he said Wike was the one who appointed Fubara's commissioners, that Fubara had no hand in it. Wike was the one, not a group. Wike was the one that handpicked everybody. Yes, they all worked. So probably those who worked for the campaign, he picked them up. That he also said that was one of the problems, apart from the money, and that Fubara had no say in who was in his administration. He said it. I can go and get the link and forward it so that maybe when we have time, one man can play it. So what I propose I'm not saying that it should be followed. I'm not even saying it's the best option, but all I'm saying is it should have helped. Maybe Wike saw Fubara as saw he could control 100%, but it turned out to not be the case. As Fubara probably had his own plan. He's a man of his own from the look of things. And he said, once I become governor, I will change things. And he has started changing it. So I'm not saying, Wike, well, from my view, I think Wike would have looked at it and said he made a mistake. Actually, he said it. He said, you don't know a man till you give him power and money. He even told the guy from AIT, that one say, give me. He said, no, I don't know you until I give you power and money. That's when I can say I know you. Yes, sir. And he said that quote came from Peter Udini. So I'm quoting Wike directly now. Not I'm saying it that I'm insinuating or I'm providing my own opinion. One man, I think you wanted to talk about something else.
Yes. There's this headline. I didn't actually read it out, but off the back of the headline, actually there's quite a couple. But let me give you this one first. If you are not making anything of it, then I'll move you on to the next one. NMPCL not transparent on subsidy dollar revenue. So this is the World Bank speaking, and in that shrouded in mystery sort of narrative that is the is the Nigerian. Yes, did you see it?
I saw it. The World Bank, not only that, they also agreed with the growth prediction or growth forecast for.
They also said they also said petrol should really be about 750.
Yes, I agree. So what they're saying is actually,
I think they should also say they should stop the subsidy, right? Or petrol subsidy.
No, there's no subsidy. Subsidy is gone. But that transparency with NMPC is what we are yet to know. NMPC as a corporation needs to be very transparent with the public, right? So we don't know what they are doing. How you understand? Subsidy is actually gone. Or what I would say is the way we used to do subsidy in the past is gone. It's gone. It's not that way. NMPC still is now currently the only sole importer of crude oil. I mean, refined oil, that's PMS, into the country. How are they doing it vis-a-vis current oil price, as well as logistic costs or landing costs? And then, why is the current rate of petrol, the price has not moved? So the World Bank is calling on them to be transparent so that everybody can see what they are doing. Me, myself, I'm very, very confused. I don't know what they are doing there. Are they buying in bulk? Are they getting discounts? Or are they using forward contracts to purchase PMS that is keeping that price the same? But the way that we used to do fuel subsidy in the past is over. Or is the government, what are they doing in that space? We need to understand. But then again, I think with the advent of Dangote refinery coming up, that may be a thing of the past. But I agree with the World Bank. NNPC needs to be more transparent. I have called NNPC out on this platform. They are too big of a conglomerate. They need to open up their books so we can see what they are doing. You understand? So we can understand what they are doing. Some people have said a lot of things about the NNPC. Some Nigerians do not even understand the structure of the NNPC. The NNPC itself, in my view, do not even understand their business structure too. But I do know that the NNPC is being owned by the Ministry of Petrol and Ministry of Finance, and they pay dividends to the government. So they are now a corporation on its own. Their operation, they make money for themselves and run their operation, and they should make returns to the government, that is the Ministry of Petrol and Ministry of Finance. But again, we now need to see the books of the NNPC to see their statement of comprehensive income, as well as their statement of their balance sheet statement, so that we can now know how their business is being conducted, how they make their income, the royalties they make from licenses, and the rest. But in my view, transparency is the way. The World Bank is right on this. The NNPC should be more transparent so that we can know what their state of affairs is like.
All right, brilliant. There's this story. There's actually two storylines. There's one that's. Let me see what you are making of. Do you know this girl called Emanuela that does comedy skits?
I know her very well. Yeah, I used to enjoy her skits.
All right. How do you think she is?
I've not been following her for quite a long while now, but the last time, I think she was 9. I think she should be 12 now.
Yeah, she's 13.
13, okay. So I tried, yeah, because I stopped following her.
So she's come out on some little clip on social media, somewhat flaunting bodily, and people are recoiling from that. Is it a space you're following, or should I just take you back to the politics?
I can speak on this. Yeah, it's interesting. She's doing what women do these days.
Yes, but at 13, she was showing thighs and
we can't be talking about a minor now.
That's true actually.
Yeah, that's true.
All right.
But then again, I would expect the parents to call her to caution, right? You know, she's now becoming a woman. From her being skinny, she's now becoming curvy. She's coming off of age. She's, admiring herself. It happens with women when they begin to express.
No,
I'm not. There's nothing to.
Keep that side now. Now, minor now.
Okay. All right, no problem.
Although it's a broader question but let me take you to this last space. So ShopRite are leaving Kano State, and this seems to have gotten Shehu Sani somewhat into a flux, to the point of asking Tinubu to beg them to stay. But it's a narrative of TikTok, isn't it? So every other day there's another conglomerate leaving the Nigerian space. So is this a narrative wrapped around that Naira floating space? Because there's a squeeze on the Naira now, and because of the volatility in the financial market as well, there is no stability for projection. People don't even know what constitutes a profit anymore, and they all seem to be bailing out of Nigeria.
You're very right, Roman, right? A lot of factors. It's very difficult doing business in Nigeria. If you're one, you will understand and appreciate how tight it is and tough. Those who persevere in times of this hardship are really, really strong. Probably or possibly they have luck on their side. Now, if you cannot actually with the Naira, just the Naira does not understand itself, right? You can't make prediction, you can't forecast, you can't you can't project, your budget will be skewed off. When you have your budget, you are trying to make that forecast, you probably will be having so many variances on your cost, on your income, as well as on your supplies, and then you don't know what the next dollar influx is going to look like, especially for ShopRite, which involves in importing consumable items, right? It is difficult to even get foreign currencies to embark on such trade, and so Nigeria is really a very tough place, and the government should really sit down. And we're having for the pharmaceutical sector, I can understand, because they, from a strategic point of view, are changing their model of doing business. Now it pays more to site their location from a central point and now export to developing countries like Nigeria or African countries, right? And even in Asian countries too. So it pays them more. It's cheaper than citing a manufacturing plant or like a place where they can just send out licenses and the rest. And again, then most of their patents are now coming of age, right? So they are now, once the patents are now coming of age, you now have an influx of generics. If you know what generics is, everybody can now go in and manufacture based on the chemical components. They can now manufacture that drugs. It's actually the patents that gives them the right and saves them from any trademark infringement or those who would want to come in to manufacture the drugs and sell. So was in that pharmaceutical sector, is a sector of high inflow. You at the early stage, you must invest in research, invest a lot, and then slowly you begin to recoup. So once they are not investing so much like they used to do. That was why a lot of them were lobbying for this vaccine. So you saw the vaccine; they want the vaccine sector to for government to come in and enable them to have that vaccine. Because why is because they can now continue to produce vaccine, and everybody will be taking vaccine, even whether you are sick or not. You just take vaccine because they are not investing anymore, or they are not investing in research into and in short, they don't invest to cure, they invest to manage diseases. And so once that patent is reducing, generics are now coming in. They cannot recoup their investment. So the best is, come on, what are we doing in this place strategically? Let's move on. So I can understand with the JSK and the rest, but with ShopRite, you can tell is tough for them doing business in Nigeria. It's very tough. Yeah, begging them cannot help if you do not keep the economics indicators in check. You don't control the forex. You don't control security. You don't check, involve yourself in putting up the right infrastructure. It will be very tough to do business in Nigeria, and it will continue to be tough to do business in Nigeria. So the government should come up play, especially with security. I overheard Iman talking about how they kidnapped his boss, who came to invest in the country. And that stuff scared me a lot. If someone is interested in coming to invest,
that story. That's Emmanuel. That story that Emmanuel told is that story sits at the backdrop of a lot of our minds.
Exactly.
And this is what put us, because there but the great, but for the grace of God, you think,
Yeah, I'm grateful that the business I do in Nigeria, I can stay in one location and coordinate. Even though it's still tough, they will still try to rip you off. But coming to invest in Nigeria, coming to bring your inflow into the country, and then you are now experiencing insecurity in the country. It is terrible. For me, I think the government needs to sit up. Not only that, we've been changing IGPs from IGP, Chief of Army Staff from Chief of Army Staff, Chief of Defense Staff to Chief of Defense Staff, and we still keep the same insecurity situation, never changes. So I don't know. Then in this situation, they are complicit or they are useless, in my view. Because
do you think the guy ventured too far? A man from Anambra going to invest in a chicken farm in Abuja?
Oh, that's where he wants to site his factory, and I think he's looking at providing eggs and poultry products to those in Abuja. Doing that, it's not a bad idea. It's good. You have
so I'm talking about unknown territory. Because I've for instance, I'm from an Oyo man, only knowing Lagos, going to set up a business in the north. Do you think that's venturing too far?
No, Abuja now with what I'm hearing, Abuja used to be a relatively safe place. So for him citing a poultry farm in Abuja is not a bad idea in terms of safety. It's not a bad idea in terms of commercial viability. I think it's a fantastic idea since he has the means. You have a growing middle class there, with the political class. It's just like setting up a shop in Washington DC. Definitely, if you know what you're doing and your chickens are coming out good, you have a good market to sell your stuff. But again, now imagine, I don't think that guy will want to even continue with such business. Once he's able to secure the release of his sister, off he goes, and he will be so scared to come to Nigeria again. That's how they scare investors, right? That's how they scare people who are interested to bring in their funds or considering relocating back to Nigeria. And that is also capital inflow into the country. Then now talk more of strangers who will be thinking, okay, can I invest in this country? I went to the US travel and the travel website, and even in Canada, and they were putting out locations where people, it was almost the 36th state of the country. They were just saying people should not travel to these locations because of insecurity. Then where can we even go to? you are looking at it and you're like, what is going on in the country? If the president who is saying he's out to do business, then he should be addressing these challenges, especially in security challenges and the economic challenges that people are facing in the country. Address those concerns and let people come in with their money. Nigeria is a big market, over 200 million people. Having only 5% of 200 million people purchasing your product transforms you into an instant millionaire, if not a billionaire. So, but if you can't address these shortcomings, then people will not want to bring in their funds. A lot of people will be scared that they'll be watching the country, or preferably they will go to other neighboring African countries like Ghana, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, Liberia to do business, and probably now see how to export those products into Nigeria. Then Nigeria will not be a dumping ground. Everybody citing manufacturing plants close to Nigeria, then be dumping the products so that Nigeria can purchase. It is wrong, and then we're not employing our people. Our people will be out of jobs. So the president must sit down. So why Emmanuel was giving his briefing us of what was happening. I remember the last time he told us that every one of us were shocked that we were praying for his boss to be released. Thank God his boss has been released. But again, the sister too, and also those who have been kidnapped and within the captive of the kidnapper should also be released. The police should step up. I was just thinking the president can do something radical. Get a joint task force that will report to him directly or to his office via the chief of staff, and not to the IGP of police, not to anybody. It should be a joint task force between the military and the police, and then institute a forest police team going around the Nigerian forest to sweep up that place and make it inhabitable for anybody to or kidnappers to be there. You know, people who will report to him directly because of corruption don't report to the IGP. Report to me on a weekly basis. I need to know what is going on in terms of security. Maybe a 10,000 force headed by an AIG that will report not anybody, just to the president alone. I think that will be able to resolve the problem. Because the IGP seems to be sleeping on the job, if you ask me. And then what Emmanuel was saying, that it appears like the police are also complicit. I believe they are. I believe they are. Not you are tracking people, then they are moving. Where are they moving to? Find them, get them, arrest them. I believe they are. Then I think I was also mentioning, was it 2 days ago, when Ekene was telling us how Anambra was saved during P2B, which we call this bluff. There was it was just of recent that they caught the policemen that were involved in organ harvesting, organ trafficking, and human trafficking and human kidnapping, plus a lady who is still in the police force. That lady is still in the police force. A superintendent of police is still in the police force. They were involved in these criminal activities during P2B's time. See, just recently, just last year, that it blew out of proportion, where they now took a media house or who went there and saw corpse, more than 200 people. They are all rotten, dried up, corpse. That mannequins. They were like mannequins, but these were corpse in a room somewhere. They just dumped them there and they all rotting away. You can imagine what is going to policemen, and the guy was one of them. I don't know where that they took the guy to Abuja. What is the situation of the case? We don't know. So it shows how bad the Nigerian police is. It shows how corrupt the Nigerian police is, and it shows how wicked the Nigerian police is. That if the commissioner of police in a state do not know what is going on in that state, I doubt it. So the president should institute a joint task force that will report directly to him, and the charge should be go and eradicate these kidnappers, these terrorists, and get them out. If that is not the case, then we don't have a police, because in my view, they don't want to sign a state police act. They don't want to move us they don't want to amend the constitution to ensure that states can police themselves and provide security for themselves. Then they have a special police for special purposes and special task force so that they can be addressing the insecurity challenges we have in that country. That will be able to help. It should help. But in my view, it's making Nigeria to be a very scary place. Making Nigeria to be a place that people look at and say, these people are just a bunch of jokers. What are they doing? I don't know.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Brilliant, excellent. So, Emeka, let me take the conversation on and move it in the direction of Baba, who I'm sure you're looking forward to hearing from.
Yes, I'm looking forward.
So Baba, you're up next. So, Baba, we actually kicked it off with the storyline of this Nigerian gentleman who haven't been in America for God knows 30 years or longer, decided to take a leisurely stroll through Africa. He lands at Seme border, and then his travels began. Baba, good to see you.
Yes, woman. Good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I wouldn't waste too much time as I used to do because time is far gone. No, I'm putting on weight since I joined your platform.
Why? You always have a next to you.
I don't eat beyond 6 p.m. and I sleep by 10 o'clock. But now I go beyond 10. I snack a lot. I don't know. It's terrible. I salute you all on the comment section. Keep on shooting. And the people on the platform, I salute you. Please, viewers, encourage us more by clicking the like button. And also, don't forget to subscribe to the platform and share also. It goes a long way in bringing us back tomorrow. Yes, I'm glad I waited to listen to a lot of people, particularly for this topic, because when you spoke on it earlier, I was very angry, actually, because this has been a recurrence in recent times. Or your policemen in the Seine or somewhere like that. That was one with the Dutch woman, the psycho rider. And there's this other custom woman who has killed her career for just 1,000 to 5,000 bribe at the airports. Did you hear about that? Just I think about 4 days ago, 5 days ago, a custom woman.
No, I didn't hear about that one, but we all heard about the saying one. They are the one. What did you bring
the custom
for me?
Woman in uniform. A arriving passenger pushing his cart out, and she was insisting she wants 5,000, and the guy refused and offered her one. She said no too, and so ridiculous a sum, honestly. And for that, she has destroyed her career. Then this one, but we missed a lot. I've listened to everybody, and I keep on smiling because when we look at topics like this, I look at the bigger picture in all of this. You understand? Because that roots, I think I'm familiar with it a little bit. The driver actually who ferried him from Accra to Seme is the culprit, main culprit. He is the one who must have fingered the man to the immigration authorities. They are wrong, but the driver also is culpable. Why did I say that? When they got to mile 2 also, they have a final destination. The policeman also that surrounded the man was in their garage. And they knew about it. But the bigger picture I said we all missed is that Nigeria is changing right in our eyes, and we are not even seeing it. I don't subscribe to the politics of Aisha Yusufu, but I keep using her word, office of the citizen. It started creeping in on us. Some people have taken the bull by the horn by occupying that office. The youths rescued the man from the policemen, armed policemen, collected his luggage and everything. Nobody talked about that. The youths saved the man, saved the day. Despite the conspiracy of the garage touts and the immigration and everything, it was the youth. They are trailing they are blazing a trail. which I think I will say is office of the citizen. People are becoming conscious of their rights.
Baba, do you think the advent of social media and more to it, smartphones, it has now played it's playing an increasing role in citizenry policing sort of the system?
Yeah, I agree with you, one man, because I think somebody asked, is it a new Lagos commissioner now or the PPRO of Lagos State that is there an offense to video policemen on duty? And he said it's not an offense. You can use your video and video any policeman as far as he's in uniform or carrying out policing duty. You can video them. So this advent of vigilantist journalism is going to save us a lot of embarrassment. Because I was angry. They just set up this man, and we thank God he's alive. Because a lot of people have lost their life for nothing.
You know that journey that man embarked upon. It's a journey that I would like to embark upon too, if I knew there was safety. Just to drive leisurely all the way through Ghana, through Togo, through Benin Republic, into Nigeria, just taking in the coast, the scenery, the lifestyle. You know, it's a journey that we don't like to, or I certainly would like to embark. I wouldn't mind that drive. But then, of course, his experience has put everybody off.
It's beautiful, one man. It is very beautiful. This is it. If you are taking public transport, the most popular in Accra is at the Tudu. Tudu is where you find a lot of the Nigerians, the transporters, and the women. It's very close to, not too far from Mokola Market. So if you take it from there, it is an arranged thing. The driver will collect money from all the passengers for immigration purposes. He collects their passports. He is going to process them. When he gets to a flower, he gives the immigration the passport. He gives them the money. Let me say, they are not, let me just use the word, entitled to. They stamp the passport. He comes back, jumps into the car, move less than 100 meters to the Togo cubicle, take some money again, present the passport. It's an organized thing until even when they get to Seme. But when they get to Seme, the drivers become something else. They wear another cap entirely because they will have sized up the passengers. I know which one is having money. Because some people who have much more money, to be on the safe side, not to lose their money, in that circumstance, they hand over their money to the driver. Let's say you have a $10,000 with you and say, look, just wrap it. This is money. Just keep it safe for me. He knows he will settle him. The driver keeps it, hands it over to him as soon as they get to mile 2. That's how these things work. So, but the professor, maybe it's not cooperating. Well,
sorry, Baba.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you mean people will hand over money to the driver? What if the driver run away with the money?
No, they don't, because they are from a garage. It's organized. It's organized. It's organized labor. They belong to from Tudu. They belong to like NRC we have in Lagos. NURT. So they are like that. So it is very difficult for them to misbehave. But you have to settle him. That is if you don't want trouble. Because if he sensed, the driver sensed that this passenger must be heavy on money, he himself will flag you. And they have a way of speaking, because he's going down with the passport to process. And he will tell them that there is this passenger with bearded passenger. It's an army. You understand that? I think he has some money with him and the passport is expired. So that's why they hit on the professor. So that's what they do. But I'm only happy it ended well through the intervention of the youths. And if whoever is listening to us, I think they should just spread it. And the way we missed that part of the citizen journalism, I think we should not allow it fly above the head of people, that we have to act and protect ourselves against these rascals, because they do this to a lot of people, and a lot of people have lost their lives without if they have taken the professor away like that, and maybe he has $5,000 with him, for even 1,000 they will kill him. They will kill him. 1,000.
That's what those youths were anticipating, that if they took him to their office, then he's a dead man.
1,000 is 1 million naira now, one man. Even though it's nothing, but 1 million to 90% of Nigerians is still a lot of money. It's still a lot of money. It could cover a lot of ground, particularly in this December month we are right now. So I'm just so glad. I'm happy for the youths. They should give them an award for that. And people will now be conscious around that garage to know that these youths, if they come around now, they will not allow us do stuff here. But I'm so happy. 30 years absence in your own country, and you come in this month of a celebration, and you are being treated like this. A professor, no respect. You scantily dressed policemen, beer guzzling, smelling, on uniform or not properly uniformed men want to harass him.
You know, that's another thing that struck me as well. It was saying that a lot of them were dressed in mufti. The ones that were wearing uniform had no name tags. You know, just so any casual person can just claim to be a policeman in Nigeria, essentially.
That is, look, many years ago, I run into a fuel station and I saw this. Then there was a SARS anti-robbery thing. I almost died. I thought they were armed robbers because they were not wearing uniform. Tattered jeans, unkempt hair, the way they were, and some were even chewing paku. That is a chewing stick. I almost fainted because I drove in already when I saw them. So that's how they move around these days. And it is in their regulation, their law, whether you are immigration or you are custom or you are police or the civil service, civil defense, you wear your tag. Your name tag must be on your chest. It is in the regulation. It's a must. You are completely dressed if you are not with your name tag. So we've been educated. Maybe we are not listening. Don't even mind anyone that is not with his name, but they remove it. Who is going to police them? They have the X squad, which goes around like the unanimous chopper or things like that. But I don't think they operate anymore, or they've joined forces with the ordinary ranks and file. So I'm happy the youths are waking up to their responsibility, and everybody with their phone. I don't have that instinct, though there's a negative side to it. So you have an accident now, people are bleeding and crying, and people are just pointing their cameras and taking photos. That's the negative side of it. But the positive is maybe when crime or an unusual thing is happening, you can take it.
You know that if there's anything that is revolutionizing at the Nigerian space is the smartphone. You know, because
everybody has it now, whether illiterate or illiterate.
Yes, they'll take a clip, put it on social media, and then the authorities are under pressure. How many times have we seen the Lagos State Police Command responding to Twitter, responding to clips?
It's happening, small. The revolution is creeping on us. It will take roots, no doubt about that. We should all just be patient. It will take root. But one thing I just want, I don't know why, because you have to dress the way you want to be addressed. I don't know what, for the life of me, they say we are rude to policemen or anything, but how do you want me to talk to somebody properly who is not wearing proper police belt, is wearing slippers, his beret is askew, and I don't know. I can't pretend. And there's the man who will tell me to calm down. He wants
do you think they should be compelled? Is it even possible for somebody to identify as a police person and not be properly uniformed? How can that be?
Exactly my point. Because why should how do I want to identify you? I can't ask you, if you open your mouth now and ask, oh God, can you identify yourself? Oh, they will start quoting law, 1936 law. 1936 law, they will start quoting for, they know law, they know all the bad colonial laws. They will quote for you. That's how they are. So somebody, they have to revolutionize the police force. I'm telling you, because that is they are the first people you see. Even once you leave the airport, you see a policeman. Once you enter town, you see a policeman. They have to put a very good front. Give them enough uniform, enough shoes, beret, belt.
Yeah.
You understand everything, so that let them be a face of the new police. Let them rebrand. They have to rebrand our police. Let them be proud of their service. Pay them their wages on time.
Do you think there should be a root and branch retraining of the Nigerian police? Because I have the thought that there should be a complete overhaul. Every single police personnel should be retrained and then re-uniformed. You know?
I agree with you, woman. Even those without, let's say, polytechnic degree should be excused from the force. We have enough polytechnic people now and enough graduates to go into the police. And they should be retrained every six months. You have to go for one course or the other. The world is not waiting. Every profession, whether you are a doctor, you are in ICT, you are in an engineer, you cannot stand still anymore, because everything is upgrading every time.
Do you think they should get the British in to come and run the Nigerian police force?
I don't mind. Ajale Koko may say, oh, national pride or things, but I don't mind. If you don't know, you don't know. Let people who know teach you. I don't mind on contracts. After all, KLM was running Nigerian Airways for some time, and we drove them away because of national pride. And what happened to Nigerian Airways? It collapsed. It collapsed. I don't mind. If for 3 years, let them come and handle our Nigerian police. Let them handle our Nigerian police for us so that we can have a new police. It is very, very important. If we have a vibrant police that is up to task, that is modern and forward-looking, we don't need the army. The army will be in their barracks to defend us in case we have outside aggression. It's a simple thing. Our police should be, some of them, man, you even be ashamed that how can you call this a policeman? Simple thing like belts, they don't even have. Or they give them, they sold it, because that's what I was told sometimes, that everyone is given. And if it's not enough, you can even go to the quartermaster and buy your own. And because that's why, because I saw some that are properly dressed, who are proud of their service. But most of those guys are graduates. But they resell these things to those that are hungry to look nice. Then, for God's sake, if you have your ex-squad, those that are not properly dressed, arrest them, disarm them, go lock them up, or discharge them from the police. We have to apply the big stick. The people now have to apply the big stick. But 6 months, 8 months right now, I think maybe let's see in another 1.5 years what the police force will look like. Because this one we are seeing now, it's not good at all. I just wish this professor, if he can erase the whole thing from what that happened in his head. But it's not erasable. So it's a story he will tell to his grave. Up to his grave.
You know what struck me was that when because the person that actually wrote the article, I think he just happened upon it. The man was narrating his experience on his own wall on Facebook or something, and then it struck a journalist so much that he made a story about it. So he phoned him to interview him, and what the guy said to it was, then he then asked him, did you report any of these incidents to the relevant authorities? And the guy just said, what is the point? Because he knows that the authorities, they are aware of what it is. Not an isolated something. They are not rogue elements. It's commonplace practice. When you go through that border, it's almost really an official bribery thing that you have to pay your way through, and it's checkpoint every so much kilometers. We saw that Dutch girl drive through.
Or every 200 meters. They are
every
checking
200
you here. The
meters.
other people are looking at you. They are seeing you quite all right. That you're opening your boot, everybody's come down from the car 200 meters away, and you get there, they will stop you, they will do the same thing.
You know,
how many times have they given instructions?
So the
no more
system
checkpoint?
knows. The system knows.
They know.
You know what I think goes on, Baba. I think the DPO of every station, he sends his men out and tells them that, look, I'm expecting 500,000 naira by the time you come back. So they would then go out and extort. So however much they extort, they keep their bit, and then they give the DPO his 500,000 that is requested. But then the person above the DPO, he has already filed in what is it? So it's a racket. They all know it now. It's a racket now. Yeah.
It's exactly what goes on. And it has to stop. It started one day. It has to stop one day. It
Well,
can't continue like
is the system too rotten for change, though? Is it possible to reorient this sort of it's too deeply ingrained into the system, is it not?
That is why they have to phase those people out, like he's saying policemen asking the Dutch woman. I mean, even look at how they addressed her. Look at how they were looking at her in awe, in a wonderment. It's like they've seen an angel or something. I don't understand. And I was embarrassed. That was so novel about this.
They really do need to revolutionize the system.
They have to face out all these old men. They have to.
No, and it's an old mindset, even, because some of them are like if you look at those is senior ones, I think they'll be round about they'll be early mid-40s, so it's not as though they are old, but the mentality is old. And it did not even understand the social nuances that this is a foreign person and this is an international space that you're entering now. Just pretend at best behavior, let him go, and then when you see Mama will see you come in, then you can sweat her from
regular customer.
He didn't even have the brain to calibrate that.
To comprehend that simple thing. It's so funny. Honestly, one man, it's the police. It's just we cannot operate without security. I would have said maybe everybody go out, reapply again. Let's start from scratch. But in the interim, how do we protect ourselves? That is the problem. So they just have to phase all of these people out, recruit polytechnic graduates and first degree holders, and aggregate them by their ranks. And let's have a new police. They need to rebrand. That's it, woman.
All right, brilliant. Is there anything else that you're looking at in the politics today?
Yeah, it is this River State thing.
The never-ending saga.
Yeah, one thing we are not looking at, why did those 27 men actually cross carpet to APC? This is the reason. The Fubara group, they were planning to do a recall of the 27 back to their constituency, and then they impeach them. So there'll be new elections. So, and to do that, PDP as a party will be involved. So they had to leave PDP and go to APC. So even if the constituency still want them to leave or to recall them, APC as a party will not cooperate because they are now their party members. And those resigning actually are the commissioners so far. They are the mostly the Attorney General was Attorney General during Wike's time, and the Commissioner for Special Duty was Wike's chief of staff. But I heard that there are about 6 of them now, so I don't know about the rest 4 so far. I will check that out. So these are people that I think they are just stripping Fubara so far. I want to see how far it goes. But they are comparing this incident with that of Edo State. There are 2 different things entirely. Obaseki did not show his hand until his second term. But this Fubara of a man, just within 6 months, so much trouble. And here you are a neophyte as far as politics is concerned. And that place was so competitive that those who will call themselves the backbone of Wike wanted that position. They licked Wike's ass for years, thinking that they will be the appointed one, only for him to choose somebody they did not even expect at all. Count yourself lucky. Calm down. But as soon as the cats moves to Abuja, all the other cats moving and try to deceive him. I think he's been deceived by people who lost out during Wike's time. Now they are the people now you are listening to. Because the way I look at Fubara, look, there is a Yoruba adage. When a little boy in the afternoon comes to the street and accosts you, an adult, tall, and he jumps up and slaps you, I mean, conventional wisdom will tell you that, no, somebody sent that boy. He can't just come to the street in the afternoon, jump up and slap you. So there is a hand behind Fubara. And those that are pushing him are so violent, and I think they're even ahead of Fubara. Because what happened yesterday with those 11 or so, 12 bulldozers, I think himself, I don't think Fubara knows what was going on until it was too late, because they went in, this is a building that is standing. The chair, the carpet, the furniture, the air conditioner, the fan, the documents, the computer units, everything destroyed. Not only that, the whole complex, there are other buildings in the complex. They destroyed that. So if it's about integrity of the building which they dynamite and set on fire, what concerns the other smaller buildings around the complex? Can they stand integrity test too? That building is just 20 years. It's an icon. It could still last another 100 years. So what are they talking about? You destroy that thing that will cost the state. Those that are even supporting that, they are not even thinking the cost. They need water, they need roads like every other state in Nigeria. And here maybe another 3-5 billion will be wasted in the next 2 years to build another edifice. Very unnecessary spending. Very unnecessary spending. And it's too violent for my liking.
You mean Fubara?
Yeah, I mean, and his followers. I'm not looking at Fubara alone. I'm looking at the whole gamut of the whole thing, because this is about power. This is about power. The people who lost out, who remains in River State, and those that have moved to the center in Abuja. And it is about the politics of 2027. Don't let us be deceived. This is about the next election. Without River State vote, APC will not come back. Why do you think they are fighting? They are fighting in Kano. They are fighting in Kano. Now they are going to fight now in River State. So it's about the heart and soul of the 2027 election. Don't let us be deceived. It's at play right now. And what I know when it comes to politics, Fubara cannot outspend Abuja. It is not possible. The state is going to suffer. He's spending money right now, greasing the palm of traditional rulers, everybody that can smile at him and borrow him chests to support his own chest and everything. But the federal might is the federal might. They will outspend him 100 to 1. We are Nigerians.
You know, they spend more money on holding on to power than actually administering states.
Yes, Mama, you are very correct.
It's just the breakdown of Fubara's. It's come up with this 800 billion budget, and for governance, so for governance, is 161.7 billion, and then for infrastructure is 128 billion. So on governance alone, it is more money goes towards governance, which is an ambiguous term. Than for infrastructure. For agriculture is 20 billion. I'm not even sure that for education is 40 billion. So for education is
out of 800 billion.
It's about four times what education goes on governance, and that governance is essentially just largesse to hold on to power.
Yeah, I think apart from Delta and one other state, I think Rivers State is a third that takes more money than every other state. You understand? Wike tried actually in his own way to prop him up. I think he left a lot of projects, completed projects, so that he can continue, at least for the next 1 year or 6 months, deceive the people by commissioning this project, as if he were the one that actually undertook them. But what I heard was that he deviated, and there was rather not tidying up that end, but was about or is going to complete some of the projects abandoned, or Amechi's project abandoned by Wike. He wants to go into them and stuff like that. I don't know. We talk about karma, we talk about anything that goes around comes around and things like that. But Amechi did not put Wike in power. It was the Jonathans. We should not forget it was the Jonathans that put him in power. And when he was even their junior minister of education or so in Abuja, when he was fighting Amechi, they controlled the police commissioner. The police commissioner, they used him to give Amechi hell. Have we forgotten that name of that notorious commissioner then? I was very angry then, because that policeman was very disrespectful to the office of the governor.
Do you think what is going on in Rivers State is a result of poor judgment on Wike's part? Because if this Fubara if it's turned out the way he has turned out, then that is to tell you that Wike is not a good judge of characters, because he thought he had the guy's loyalty, but he patently does not. So that tells you that. But then the way he's now publicly fighting this guy now, just in a brutish, bludgeoning sort of a way, it tells you that because if this guy defeats him now publicly, that's the end of Wike. Should he have been a bit more stealth-like? The way Tinubu hid behind a different narrative to get rid of Ambode, should they have used more guile instead of just brutish force?
Exactly. Wike doesn't have that. He's not a complete. He doesn't have guile, the cunning of an astute politician. He shouldn't have showed his hand. Look at the case of Fashola. When Fashola was there, Fashola was almost not going to do his second term. Ask Aja. Fashola was almost not going to do his second term. But when Tinubu saw or had the voice of the people, backdoor, that don't try it, we like this guy, let him complete his second term. It wasn't a direct warning. It's something subtle. He goes to the Oba's palace. He turns right. He turns left. He turns forward, back. He was hearing the same thing. Leave him alone. He dropped it. He dropped it immediately. And Fashola did the second term. And in the case of Ambode, it is the same people that say, no, this guy must go. This guy must go. Even though he's kowtowing to Tinubu very well, making sure he covers Tinubu corridor. You understand? But Tinubu couldn't do anything. If you remember, the first time he was seeing him was when Tinubu went to Lagos as president, when he called him out and said, Ambode, is he O'Shea or something like that, he said. Because he was surprised that he will come, because he knew they were very close, but the people didn't want Ambode. So Ambode had to go. So this is that is how politics is run. You have to stoop at times to conquer. It's not everything you use brute force. You should have been very careful with Fubara. He is your boy. He's still your boy. Your boy is your boy any day. You can know how to handle him, but like Ayo Fayoshi said, I know Wike. It's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate. But if you ask me how this is going to pan out, I don't know. But I think if Fubara survives it, he will lose arm and leg. He will lose an arm and leg in the process.
You don't agree, is it?
Baba. I like the last word you used anyway. He said he will survive, he will lose arm and leg.
It's true.
Yeah, but I don't agree though. I think if Fubara survives this, it takes everything. It takes everything. I think it will.
One man, Fubara got no power. I think.
Say again, Madam Zita.
Fubara don't get any power. There is something going on in Rivers State, and that might continue to 2027. It's a masterclass political strategy. I will leave it like that.
But if it continues till 2027, that will suggest that Fubara will be in situation till 2027. And the longer he is in that on that seat, the stronger he is, you know.
I tell you, one man, leave that matter. That thing is a well orchestrated. Such political steps can only be taken by a very, very crafty, cunning politician.
Yeah, but if he was so crafty and cunning, then he would not.
I'm not talking about Fubara and Wike. I'm talking about what is happening in Rivers State. What set it up, who is backing it, and whatever. I'm not talking about Fubara and human being.
So who is backing it? It's a battle for the soul of Rivers State, which belongs to
One man. When people talk, I listen very carefully. And when things happen, I will try to put 2 and 2 together. In 2015, do you remember what Tinubu said in Lagos when they were campaigning?
He said a lot of things. What exactly?
About PDP. He said that he will make sure he kill PDP. And come 2023, he will put a final nail on the coffin. I will never forget that statement. He killed PDP in 2015. Let's see what he's doing. But what I will tell you is that whatever Fubara is doing, no big past Wike. It's not bigger than Wike, but the thing is that it's well orchestrated political masterpiece. To the extent, if you call Rivers State man now and ask him, which party are you people are in now? They will tell you they don't even know whether they're going left or right. I've been speaking with a lot of them now. They are as confused as the State House itself. So that is what is happening. Not Fubara waiting. Only one stored. If Tinubu and Tinubu is not interested in what is going on in Rivers State, only one stored, now they go prove. You don't know that Fubara has EFCC cases. I beg, leave that matter.
He also has immunity, but
forget that thing. Immunity, not be the one where the one you people did to what's his name? Allah Messi, did the heavens for? Didn't he have immunity?
Do you know what I anticipate, Zeta? I anticipate that this thing will hurtle all the way very quickly to an impeachment being proposed. And that impeachment, it may well fail at the State Assembly, but if it doesn't fail at the State Assembly, it will certainly be overturned by the law court. And when that happens, that unshackles Fubara completely from Wike, and then it is not obliged to him anymore.
One man. What if the aim is to keep the uncertainty in Rivers State? You don't define. If you want to look, if you are a stranger, you want to win Rivers State, and you are sure you don't have a strong backing there. The only thing you have to do is to put uncertainty. Because Rivers State people are one people I know, they are not swing. They don't swing. If you define it, they will go that angle. So the uncertainty is one of the strategies. So impeach, it becomes PDP. You don't impeach, it becomes APC. They want that uncertainty. So it will remain for some time. If care is not taken to 2027, remember that I told you that.
That
they're
seems
not
a bit...
swing. If it's in places like Imo State, even if you define the government house in Imo State, the people will stay swing. They might tell you, they have told president that before. They will tell you, go to hell. This is the person we are going to vote this time around. But Rivers State is not like that. If you follow their politics from 1999, they do a kind of a cartel-like politics. You remember when Wike was campaigning, they keep asking him, where are we going? Tell us now. He was hiding it. He said, my people happy. You think he's joking? Their politics is like a cartel. You don't define it if you're a stranger. If you define it, they will swing that way.
Yeah, they were with MPN, with Okilo and Ada George, and that even that time they stuck to MPN.
They will swing to that side. All they need to do is to line them up and start giving them. I know that place, more especially the river around, are very chaotic. You don't vote, you drink water. So as long as they give you that money, you go and vote that party they want you to vote for. So you shouldn't define it. It's a smart political move. It shouldn't be defined until you are sure of what you want and what you want to get. You defined it, they grab it. If you defined it PDP, Wike might decide one day to say, I'm no longer working for you. You're not going to get Rivers State. He defined the APC. Amechi might say, okay, look at what PDP is doing. This man is not going to. So it's not something you define. It's a smart move. If you call any Rivers State person now and ask him, which party is in your government house? He will say, no. That's how bad it is. He will tell you, you don't know whether they be APC now or they be PDP. They don't even know where they are. So let the confusion reign. But if you think Fubara has strength, no, that's not.
Well, he has the power of incumbency, though. He is the incumbent.
He's a governor. Every governor has strength, has power. Roma, let me put it this way. There are differences between somebody who is in the office and in power. Most people are just in the office. They are not in power. And I'm sure Fubara is one of them. He doesn't have that political cloud to carry him far. But if you people say he has, let's watch and see. But that's not the place people are discussing it. It's not what is happening. The area people are seeing Wike is fighting Fubara, who will win. Fubara is strong, Wike is not strong. That is not what is happening. Somebody dropped something there. He needs that uncertainty. At the dying minute, that thing will open and River State will know their stand. But for now, that uncertainty should be there. It is what it is.
All right, back to you, Baba.
Yes, woman. Where do we go from here? I don't, like I said, if he survives it, because in matters like this, I can't really say, because realistically, the powers of the judge, even I think it's been overrated in Rivers, because the judges are forgetting that Bayelsa is standing alone now, and Bayelsa is 100% Ijaw state, even though you have the brass, the name there, and everybody there. They are all Ijaws. The Calabarese, which Dr. Patience Jonathan belonged, they are the Ijaws. And I listened to Asari Dokubo too. I think he just have his own problem. He just want to be noticed so that whatever they promise him will come his way. He doesn't have the patience to wait, and it's messing up the politics of that place, because he is from Bayelsa. I don't know why he wants to have his feet in both Bayelsa and Rivers State. Having said that, well, I think the federal might is just too big. That is why I use the word that if Fubara survives this, he will lose an arm and a foot in the process. Why did I say that? Or the only thing, and don't discount this, if Fubara wakes up tomorrow and said, I'm crossing carpet to APC, that's another dimension. That's another dimension. And that could happen too.
What you will be saying, Baba, is you'll be asking a simple question. Can Fubara deliver River State to somebody? That should be the main question. Then we take it from there for those who said, if Fubara do this, if they do Fubara this, if they do Fubara this, if Fubara is the governor, he has immunity, they remove him, they blow the pipeline, they destroy their presidents. The question is, Fubara as a governor of River State, can he deliver that state to somebody? That should be the question.
It doesn't, because if you look at the politics of 2023 or the voting, Wike as a PDP man is secured the state assembly, the 32, which one has died now, and remain only 31. What one is LP? The remaining 30 are all PDP. Wike did that.
That and is when you see somebody who is a madman.
Exactly. I agree with
I'm saying. That's why
all the senators, the House of Rep, all PDP.
Can Fubara do a thing like that?
No way.
That's the question.
No way.
Even Amechi couldn't do it.
No.
As a governor, Amechi as a sitting governor couldn't do it. He lost River State to Wike. Lost almost more than half of it to Wike, who was
he made Amechi redundant, made him ordinary. Because he had the federal might then with him.
Anyway, some people say they know River State policy. Let's watch and see now. As Fubara is so strong now that he can deliver River State to anybody.
How much does he have? Who does he know? He was a civil servant before becoming a governor. He was Wike's bagman. And he has gone places. Let me put places in quotes. Places in quotes. Because we should not discount the power of the traditional leader, even though some of them that are in disagreement are there. But one of the unique people who graduated from the creek into the palace, like Ateke Tom, he has a hand in this, because don't forget, when this thing was about the shit was about to hit the fan, Wike dragged Fubara to Ateke Tom. Have we asked ourselves who is Ateke Tom? So a lot of dynamics is being played out, and I don't think a civil servant will rise to that kind of power that it would defeat the federal might. But it's not about Wike alone anymore. It's about the federal might. And if you see what they are doing in Kano is
River
more
State
volatile.
politics, Baban and Zobu.
No, I'm even talking of, if they compare people who are saying, no, the Ubon, I say, look, which is more volatile? Is it Kano or River State? And they are beating the Kankwasias. They are beating the Kankwasias. I was even afraid that what's Ganduje doing? What does he think he's doing? But I saw people like Kwankwaso capitulate, and I was surprised. I opened my mouth. I couldn't close it. So if they can do it in Kano, then I don't think Fubara is toast. And I still repeat, if he comes out unscathed or managed squeeze through one way or the other, he will have lost an arm and a foot. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant, excellent, always excellent by Baba, of course, always excellent by Baba. A man of equal excellence, Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko started with us, by the way, but we always leave him till later. Sometimes it annoys him, but he never. Ajanle Koko, you are up next.
What's up, one man?
Yes,
Bàbá àgbàlagbà, mo ṣe bá àgbà, ẹ jẹ́ ń pẹ́ láyé.
Ajá, àṣẹ o, wà pẹ́ o, ire o.
Jẹun sà. Yes, sir.
So Ajale Koko, Baba was just telling us that we make him sit around on his computer for endless hours, that he ends up finishing endless bars of chocolate and chicken. Now he's putting on weight. He's using us as an excuse. So I think he just say, yeah, Baba.
Oh man, it's serious. I'm telling you.
That's bí òwe là ń lùlù ògìdìgbò. So he's telling you that you always come to him first. Yes, that's what he's telling you. Your balance.
All right. So to it then, Ajale Koko, we're just really rolling around. It's more like a chatting sort of gisting sort of session. We kicked it off with the American professor who decided to go on a leisurely stroll through the West African landscape. Enjoyed himself, of course, until he got to Semeboda, and you know what happened next.
Yes, greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Hey, one man, it's a bad experience that man went through, and I believe that psychologically, it's been tortured by Nigerian state, because those people that treated him so bad represent Nigerian state. They were wearing the uniform for Nigerian state, and they acted like criminals in uniform. It's very unfortunate. A lot of people.
Did you not narrate a similar experience once upon a time? Ajan Lekoko, I think you told the story once when you had to step down. When you had to step down a policeman or something in Lagos. Ajan Lekoko.
Woman, hold on. Let me call you back, okay? Oh yeah, woman. What did you say? You said
No. I said if memory serves, you seemed to have had a similar experience because I recall a while ago when you were narrating a story of you having to step down a policeman in Lagos or something that was trying to accost you and your family.
Yes. Oh yes, I had a similar experience during the COVID time. I was stuck in Lagos during the COVID. That's in 2020, and that was when United States was evacuating their citizens across the world. So we were sent a sticker. We applied online for everything. So we were sent a sticker, identifying us as United States diplomat, that we should stick it. That was shut down. That was shut down in Lagos and across Nigeria. So, but for us to leave our home and get to the airport, so we have to use that sticker. It was an arrangement between United States government, Nigerian government, and Nigerian police. So Nigerian police issued that sticker wearing the logo of Nigerian police, identify us as United States diplomats so that we can use it to ride to the airport. So on my way, the police stopped us and they started harassing. They said, okay, you have people with you in the car. I said, and then what? What does that mean? So if I'm traveling, I'm going to the airport, so I should leave alone by myself. So my sibling or my nephew cannot see me off with all the luggages I carry. Who is going to help me? And they started. I said, okay. I said, you can. I said, look, I will. Whatever is going to happen will happen here today, and I will make sure I got his name. I told one of my bosses, start recording us. So that was when they backed down. When I stood up against them, I said, whatever is going to happen is going to happen. You don't have the right. This tag is enough for you to know. Money, this is Nigerian police tag, issued by Nigerian police. You don't have the right to stop us and start harassing people I have with me on the basis that, it should be only me. No. Okay, why don't you say I should even drive to the airport? Stop this mess. So when they saw that, hey, this man is not backing down, so they said, okay, Oga, we don't want trouble. You are trouble. So they said, okay, Oga. Even the inspector that was there, I said, you can't embarrass me. Where's that noise coming from?
No, that's Sally B is coming in and making sure that her presence is felt. You know, Sally now, she always likes to come and dominate.
I said, you can't be treating a citizen of this country like this as if we don't matter. No, don't treat Nigeria. Look, let us. So they said, okay, we can't go. So it's just a vast experience that some people that have been to Nigeria for a long time before going home, they will be molested and maltreated, and they will quickly identify that, this one is JJC. Let us buy you, and it is not good. I think those people in uniform in Nigeria should go through training, reorientation, and if possible, a lot of them should be taken out of service, replaced with young, well-educated. That's the way they can create jobs. Young people, university graduates, get the minimum qualification to university graduate. To be in custom and to be in police and be this, and let them be given good training, well-funded, well-equipment, and let them have new leadership, that can hold everybody, that can really show leadership in those professions and hold people accountable when they don't, perform well or do their job according to the law. Anybody that is a police officer must have that, knowledge of the law, how the law works. I mean, we went through our institution, we were taught some little, what do we call it? Basic of law or something like that. They should be given that training. They should know what law says on this, what law says on this, what law says on this, so that they know when they are having interfacing with people, they know they cannot molest them, they cannot maltreat them. They have to act in accordance to the law. I mean, we have police here, and they treat you, they will say yes sir to you, and they will give you a ticket. They pull you over. Oh yes sir, can I see your ID card? Oh yeah, let me just run it. I know what. And before they come back, they give you your driver license with a ticket. So, man, it's a bad thing, and this thing has gone viral. A lot of people that have been to Nigeria, for quite a while now, they be having a kind of rethinking now that it doesn't worth it to go to Nigeria and stuff like that. So, particularly when we are going through this kind of crisis in this country, it's a country that is too scary for people, particularly when this kind of incident happen. So one man is not a good thing. I think what Nigerian state can do to that man is for the Nigerian police, the Inspector General of Police or the Police Commissioner of Lagos State, to personally invite that man to his service and apologize to him, and then do whatever they can do, maybe to compensate him financially for any loss that he incurred while he went through this kind of maltreatment by the Nigerian police. That is the best way. That's the best thing they can do, so that they can, repackage their image that, look, they are responsible and they will not allow officers to maltreat Nigeria. And they should try to fish out those people. I don't know if police or custom that molested him. So whichever one among them, the leadership should get in touch with this man, apologize to him publicly, and then compensate him. That's the best way they can do, so that it will set signal to the rest of them that, look, their leadership will not tolerate nonsense. They have to treat Nigerian, very well in accordance to the law. So that's the way I see it, Mama.
All right, brilliant. And Ajan Lekoko, to the never-ending saga that is River State. 5-6 commissioners retired, have resigned. It passes a budget with only 4 parliamentarians there. It is demolishing the State House of Assembly, whilst putting out a public advertorial congratulating Wike on his 61st birthday. So, never-ending saga, River State. But where does it play out ultimately? He has the power of incumbency, but Wike has the power of tradition in that state. He has the power of political mastery of that space, because even Fubara, he was never a politician. He was just a technocrat that Wike brought forward because he thought it was malleable. But it's coming up to a crescendo now. But how do you think it's going to land in River State?
Well, I think Fubara is not helping himself. And he should have done everything, to make sure that he got the right people. He should have, done everything, to make sure that he got the right people. And he should have, done everything, to make sure that he got the right people. And he should have, done everything, to make sure that he got the right people. And he should have, done everything, to make sure that he got the right people. And he should have, done everything, to make sure that he got the right people. And he should have, done everything, to make sure that he got the right people. And he should have, done everything, to make sure that he got the right people. And he should have, done everything, to make sure that he got the right people. And he should have, done everything, to make sure that he got the right people. And he should have, done everything, to make sure that he got the right people. And he should have, done everything, to make sure that he got the right people. And he should have, done everything, to make sure that he got the right people. And he should have, done everything, to make sure that he got the right people. And he should have, done everything, to make sure that he got the right people. And he should have, done everyth between when that incident happened, the first incident when they burned down, part of the legislative, building, and now he should have used that window of opportunity to go to his Oga. He knows those that matter in the state that they can carry with him to Abuja and beg. The president waded in, and still he went ahead with his strong head to fight his Oga. That is not good politically. And it is not because Wike should not be blamed, as well. But, Oga is always Oga, and you must give respect to your Oga. You could be in power today, but your Oga make it possible for you to get there, to be there. You have to be appreciative to him. And, because he doesn't know how that political structure that propelled him to the position he is today, he doesn't know how he was built. He doesn't know the sacrifice that people have put in to have that structure in that state, a structure that win election all the time. He should have considered, he should have acted well, like what Yoruba call Omoluabi. Sometimes you want to show to your boss total submission. It doesn't mean that you are fool, but wisdom requires that sometimes. But the use of power in an emergency way can even lead you in more problem. So what I think he has done now, he has committed what I can regard as the worst illegality that I've ever seen in the history of politics in that country. The worst illegality. Number one, he destroyed that chamber completely with all the documents, everything. That is insane. That is illegal. The people of the state destroyed completely. For reason of what? I don't get it. Lying that, the building cannot stand the test of time, the structural defect cannot.
Baba Janeko, let me interject, please, if I can.
Can you let me down a little bit?
Okay.
I will let you interject. Let me a few minutes. Yeah.
The creeks have come in, led by Sally B. So I think they can't handle the truth anymore. But Ajaleko will give it to them.
Yeah. So you destroy that. All the file, all the document, everything that represents democracy in that country, in that state, have been destroyed. That is a person that you put in jail for the rest of his life.
He has immunity.
That is people's democracy being destroyed in that country. In that state. That is number one. That is illegal. The legal number two is you are presenting budget for legislators. When the law is very clear that for legislative half of government to function, they must form a quorum. What is the basis of quorum? 1/3 of the House, 1/3 of the population of the House must sit to carry out that function of legislative arm. Does he have 1/3? No. Then illegal number 3, you say you impeach. You using, what do you call it? One corrupt judge to declare the real this thing as impeached.
He's not a corrupt judge. You didn't see the situation. If you read the situation properly, you see that the judge was very fair.
Okay, let me land.
Okay.
Because the judge should consider what the law says. The law says that before and a speaker can be impeached or taken out of power, 2/3 of the House must approve that. That is, the law is clear. So this lawlessness that this guy have started to govern in that state, everybody go eat breakfast. So some people are not looking at it on the basis of illegality. So they are looking at it on the basis of tribal sentiment. They are looking at it on the basis of hatred for Wike. Wike is not the issue. This guy have started wrongly, and it's going to boomerang against him. Now, these people that are leaving, commissioners, I didn't even expect commissioners to leave, because those ones should be people that will be, don't get more, I want chop now. I know they go anywhere. It's that. Me, I know they go. But now they're leaving. It shows that Wike have a strong political base in that state. That is why all his men are moving away from this guy. That is the structure we are talking about. They are leaving him. They want to leave him by himself. And I believe they are preparing for something against him. Wike is on the side of the federal government. So anybody that thinks that federal government does not have interest in this, or federal government will not protect their own, they don't know politics.
But is he in APC? That is the point. He's the one that started this disruption. And then when other people now react, he pushed it this far. He can even do this even worse than this if he has to. And I know how he fought Rotimi Amechi. So what are we talking about?
He didn't start it though, because
I know how he fought. How he fought.
Let me get to Ayuzon came on first. Let me.
Sorry. I'm just interjecting. I'm not really in the conversation.
I don't want to.
My sister, they enjoy your interjection. Make a yield floor for you.
Yeah, we know what is happening in that Port Harcourt. We are Port Harcourt people. What are you telling us?
Sally, pardon me, Wike did not start it though, because if Fubara had sat there like a good little boy, like Wike told him to, then we will not have all of this.
One man. Wait, Celebi, one man. I don't know if you people listen to the interview that Opunabo gave on Arise. Yes, in Kotere. He gave an interview on Arise. Yeah, Wike, listen, there's godfatherism and there's still being governor. What Wike was trying to do was still be governor. Pick his chief of staff, pick his commissioners, pick this, pick that. The man, he might as well have not even put the man in there. He picked the man to be in office, and then he just, excuse my language, just cut off his balls and told him to stand there. And Simi is an Ijaw man. No self-respecting Ijaw man will stand there and let that kind of thing happen. His people will not even take him back. So Wike did that to him, knowing very well.
Wait, terms and conditions. Terms and conditions now.
Which terms and conditions? Is it not an Okrika woman that put Wike in office? Is it not Jonathan's wife?
Patience.
She put him in office.
Madam Peace.
What is he talking about? And then he goes into office. He picks this man. As a matter of fact, the person on the APC side was Tonye Cole, who's a Kalabari man.
Wait. Did that.
Wait.
They wanted to get admission.
From road and come and put and expect that there will not be problem.
Just stop. You don't even know what you're talking about. Stop. And Baba, one correction for you. Name-based people are Ijaw people. Okay? So when you talk about Bayelsa, name-based people are Ijaw people.
I know.
So when
all of them are Ijaw.
I just want to correct it because Emeka was here the other day and he was trying to separate Calabari.
People from Peter's side, they are just
okay. But the thing is, Wike has sown the seeds. Like my sister said, he has sown the seeds that are leading to his destruction now, and Wike's time is finished in that state. They cannot impeach Simi. They cannot impeach Simi in that state. I can promise you that. And by the way, it's not even an ethnic thing, because a lot of Aquarians are on the side of Simi. Rivers people are tired of Wike. They are tired. And Oga John Legogo, I'm surprised that. Listen, we want Nigeria to get better. We cannot continue.
Aizon, let me guess at one thing. You are an Ijaw man, is that right?
Or give it away.
Yeah, well, it's just blood is thicker than water. Is your narrative?
Woman. Blood is thicker than water. Let me give you.
But they are biased.
Wait. Let me give you one.
Doesn't matter.
This name that I have on this platform, Aizon. Do you know what it means? It's a rallying cry.
It's a rallying cry. Aizon.
It's a rallying cry. Izon Kimimia. It's a rallying cry that when it is called,
Premio.
When it is called from anywhere, whether it's in Akwa Ibom, Rivers, Delta, Bayelsa, Ondo, Edo, they will come together.
Ghana,
Gabon. Let me tell you something.
When has that happened? When has that happened?
It's Tales by Moonlight, isn't it?
You guys, let me give you history. Let me give you history. Let me give you history. When the Ishekiris were trying their mess in Warri, go and ask them what happened. When our brothers in Ondo State, they were coming down on them. When they called it, Kingsley Kuku and those guys, when they called it, go and look at the support that we gave them. When Odua People's Congress in Lagos were harassing our people in Ajegunle, they called it that we had to settle amicably. Okay, so don't even listen. In Bayelsa, it won't happen because that one is 100% the job. And in Rivers, before Bayelsa left, exactly. Before Bayelsa left Rivers, we had Ada George, we had Melford Kilo. There was no way that state would not be an Ijaw governor. Yet a spiff. There was no way it would not be an Ijaw governor. The reason why is when they separated Bayelsa, then Aquarius had the numbers. It started becoming. That's when you had Odili, you had Amechi, and now you had Wike.
It's Arashi.
Arashi, sorry. Then what do you call it? Then the Riverine people are started agitating. They said, okay, fine. Moving on, the next election, it will be a Riverine person. Wike picked Simi. APC, they selected Tonyeko. Okay, we had the elections. Okay, he has won. Everyone knows Wike is his godfather. But you can't put a man there and neuter him at the same time. He has pride, and then you tell him what to do. This and that. Wike is the problem.
Let me ask you a question. When Kuku, who are the first people to visit Wike in Abuja when this thing broke? Is it not Kuku and some other Ijaw people that went to Wike in Abuja? Have you forgotten?
Yes,
they went to the press conference.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll tell you for free. I'll tell you for free, Aizon. One of those people, it could be Kuku or otherwise, that will become the next governor. When they
story
Fubara out.
Story. Okay. Let me tell you. Let me tell you something. Okay. Let me give you some what's happening now. Yeah. IYC. Yeah. Is behind Fubara. INC is behind Fubara. Pa Clark from Kiagudo.
South.
Is behind Fubara. Those three entities I have named. It doesn't matter whether Kuku, whether some traditional ruler in the riverine area is if they decide and they pull all the kingdoms together, nobody will stand in the way. And they decide that they're backing Fubara. Fubara is going to stay in that office. I can promise you that.
So all that Wike did for them in the past, they have to wish it away easily like that.
Wike will not be governor. Wike will not be governor. Wike will not be governor if not for an African woman.
All those all their children that are
he did not do anything for the Rivers people per se. He did some roads around Port Harcourt, which is where he is from, Obiakpo. So Obiakpo there is building bridge here, building bridge there. That is not our problem. Because the Rivers Road, we didn't even have any problem with traffic as such compared with Lagos. What we were expecting to do was a kind of like orbital rail that's going to take people around Port Harcourt, so just going to ease out the traffic. But he didn't do so. He also abandoned Amechi's monorail project. It's halfway there. You just see one train hanging. Then he also abandoned the school project that Amechi was doing, which he was one of even the sponsors, because at the time he was the Minister of Education, for education. And he just abandoned all those schools, all those model schools that Amechi was going to bring up. Not to talk of, so he didn't really do. If you go to Port Harcourt, everybody will tell you Wike didn't do nothing for us. All this now, Mr. Bridge, they call him
HDI still they suffer. It's all this bridge, Bridge.
Then all the people that came to London, India, Malaysia, and all that Amechi sent on the Sustainable Development Project, which Amechi looked after, very well. He sent all the students. All of them were here going to they were going to Parliament, carrying placards saying they have not sent them.
Why not winning the election? If he had done so,
he cancelled everything education.
Why is he not winning the election?
That's why I like Ajani Koko.
He had done too well.
Who is not winning the election? Let me tell you, Amechi. Let me tell you the two characters.
If Amechi have done too well and too good,
you're just happy because it's bringing. Maybe you think you're the one who is thinking.
Ajani, I'm really surprised that you're even supporting this. To be honest with you. I'm really surprised. I'm surprised you're supporting this.
Please let me thinking.
No, because
if Amechi that you people are carrying up now, if he has done too well, why did Amechi? Why were you people not voting for him?
I'm really surprised, Ajale Koko. Honestly,
he took all our votes from Labour, from everybody.
This man that you never given any vote after he left office. Now, Amechi did good. It's a good because you don't like Wike. And I know why you people don't like Wike. Because Wike did not work for Ubi. That is why you people are going after him.
Ajale Koko. Amechi would never forgive Amechi in Rivers up to Bayelsa self. All his own Rivers will never support Amechi for what he did against Jonathan. Supporting
they will never like that.
All of them were talking. I mean, Salibi were talking against Amechi in the past. So that
what he did against Jonathan was removing the man from power.
I will state the facts. They are both my people. I state the facts.
You have condemned Amechi several times here. Now you are praising Amechi.
And if I condemn him, so what? Is he a good? Do you know any politician in Nigeria that is good?
Oh, no. What I'm saying is that you never say anything.
Ajale Koko is saying how quickly you turn cold because, yeah.
No, but Ajale Koko,
you people just want to nail Wike. You just don't like Wike.
And they want to nail him because of his association with Tinubu.
No. One man, that's not correct. That's not correct. Let me.
I campaigned for Wike at Abua. I campaigned for Wike at I followed Wike. I was part of his organization. In fact, I was the woman leader of GRA Port Harcourt 2. Yes. Go and research it, or go and ask anybody. Type my name, you will see it. But what I'm trying to tell you is that from when he entered, he said behaving as if he's a god, insulting our chiefs, insulting our women, insulting even his wife, telling her not to even have a first lady. So we didn't even have a first lady like Judith Amechi to be working with.
But why were
you disrupted the whole place? And then all these projects you're talking about, half of those contracts are his own arrangement with Julius Berger. When Amechi was in power, let me tell you, I worked with Amechi in construction in Port Harcourt. We built stormwater drains. Everybody, he actually called us from diaspora to come and take contracts. And we went and we were given. We were all working and we were paid. Nobody was ever owed. You understand what I'm saying? So he was giving, he looked at even the contracts as a human side of it. Let's give more, some kind of, to our own people.
But Celebi, he single-handedly said Ijo must be governor next, didn't he? And he delivered.
But
Celebi,
let me tell you something. Right? It was because of Wike that
because back to back,
came back to London and stayed here because there was no point.
Amechi Ikwere
is very greedy.
Wike Ikwere back to back.
Generous. He tries.
Baba.
Everybody small.
Baba. Rivers as a state.
He went and joined APC. So he kind of disrupted this system for Jonathan. And that was what I didn't like about Amechi. Ordinarily, he's okay. But both of them are actually brothers at the end of the day. And so really what Wike is trying to do is to outdo Amechi to make sure that, and that was why he struggled to get that ministerial position. He sold Rivers State.
Honestly, you know what? Wike would have been better off in managing Fubara if he never took that position in Abuja. If he had remained in the state. Because right now, as he is, he's limited.
Yes, I agree with that, by the way, yeah.
Yeah. And Simi is going to consolidate his power in that state. And by the way, the thing is this has, me, I've moved on from Tinubu's election. I've decided to move on.
Who is talking?
Now me, my sister, Aizon.
Aizon. Okay, I don't even see you again.
I've moved on from Tinubu.
His voice has changed since he stopped drinking.
So when it comes to Tinubu, Egberifa, right? Egberifa, okay.
Egberifa. Okay, I moved on from him. So my thing is this. This has nothing to do with Tinubu. You've even seen situations where there are states where you have governors and they have godfathers and nobody even knows the godfather exists. You understand? But in this situation, right, if anyone that looks at this situation, you can't support this. Because we all want Nigeria to move forward. The man is governor, but he can't govern. Fubara will not be able to govern that state the way Wike wants to plan it. He can't govern. We can't support that kind of thing. And look at all the things that happened to him when this whole thing first started. He was almost assaulted in Port Harcourt. You can't govern it. That's why IYC went on ground in Port Harcourt. They went to protect him. Wike, listen, let's not sugarcoat this. Wike is a thug. He's always been a thug.
He's a thug.
It's a thug. That's all it is. That's all he is.
Nobody wants to associate with him. That's why we all left, because we're very kind of people. We are not anyhow people.
You know, is these things everybody's saying is funny. We all know this. Now, when PDP started in 1990,
or that kind of thing, we are Rivers people, very, very polite.
Celibis, please. When this thing started in 1999, four people. No, it's me. What piece? Yeah, there are four people. Anybody that know Rivers very well, there were four people that had that political space. Odili, Amechi, Wike, I think this Koabe Abe, four of them. And four of them were in the cabinet since 1999. When Odili was governor, I think Amechi was chief of staff, and Wike was chairman
of Obi Akbo.
Yes, hold on now. And right from inside of four of them, Wike, hold on now, please. Wike was the MC Olumo of the four of them, three of them. Inside four of them, I mean.
Yes.
He was the motivator. He was the radical. He was the power bone. You understand? Now, if you look at them, four of them have been rotating power. When Odili was governor, Wike was chairman, one was chief of staff. Then when Odili left there, they shuffled it again. But four of them promised to be governor.
Was was the Speaker of the House.
Yeah, at one time, yeah, Speaker, fine.
Speaker,
But
yeah,
Speaker. But the this thing is that 4 of them will share that governor, rotate among themselves. And if you look at that, besides 4 of them, 3 have run as governors. 3 of them have become governor. Now, people come out and say Wike is a tout or is a thug. Did they know right from day one that was his position?
God
He was a
bless
radical.
you. God bless
you. For all of us,
From day one, that was his position. That was his dirty job. He was a Mr. Dirty Man to keep all their political structure going on.
No, he wasn't
None
a
of
bad
them
guy
put
like
Wike in
that.
power.
No. Wike was
No,
very,
now.
very... No, he was not like that. Because I have a personal experience.
He has been like that. He has been like that right from the
campaign experience with him. He was okay.
His campaign. We're talking about the inside politics. My late uncle used to be the PDP district chairman in Edo. He make lucky the governor. All the UK used to come to his parlor. I don't know when people were just talking. All the daughter grew up in Benin. I really forgot all Dele was in Benin. Uniben. They all grew up in. I don't know why people were just talking about Wike like you just need today. This guy has been a tough.
Okay,
yeah,
so
like that right from day one.
So what is?
Let me say this.
I don't just know.
Ajani Koku is your space, right?
Yes,
Let me take a second of your time, Ajani Koku. Ajani Koku, let me tell you people this. River State politics is in Zobu politics.
Zobu.
It's a politics of mind.
Hey.
I don't think that kind of
hold on for Zita. Zita, carry on.
Who is screaming?
I told you now when the Sapele water people come in, you know, there is
we're not in Zabu.
I don't think Fubara has that power and mind. I will keep saying it, and I repeat it again. I don't think Fubara has that power and mind. Wapis, thank you for understanding River State politics, because the way people who are from River State here are talking self is funny. Wike, who put Amechi back, who brought back Amechi's mandate? It was Wike. Wike told Amechi to go to Ghana that he will fight. So let Fubara get ready. I heard somebody saying the whole of River State is for Fubara, right? Let's see how it goes.
Madam, we go there.
Madam,
we go there.
The properties were destroyed are the properties of River State people. So we are not just talking about who will be leading. We can be leaders. We can be leaders. We can be very good. We are efficient. We are educated. You understand? So if he has chosen Fubara, he's the one who has actually built the monster that's going to swallow him. So that's nothing to do with us.
Let me say this.
He built the monster.
Let me say this.
And that wasn't efficient of him.
I am looking forward for those who keep saying Nigeria cannot continue like this. He's a governor. He has to work. I am looking forward to the day a human in Nigeria will come out publicly on air and say, can you imagine? This man told me to sign this for me to be governor. I rejected it. And this is what he told this person to sign. Because the agreement between Fubara and Wike resonates with Team Fubara and Wike.
Agreement at whose peril? Agreement of our own money, our own funds, our own suffering, our own children, our own people. What are you talking about?
If you do not want to be part of a dirty agreement, do not be
dirty
part
agreement
of it.
On whose behalf? I don't know what your own
if
people
you
are.
do not want to be
agreement
part
of
a shenanigan, don't be part of a shenanigan. But if you think
so we are now
you
in
can
gangs.
sign an agreement
gang
to
war
become
in River State,
part of
so we'll see who is the highest gang. Who goes see who
when
the highest gang
that
now?
Shenanigan, go and ask the North and Tinubu how it went in 2023.
Woman. Let me comment on that. Let me comment on that Asari Dokubo's video. I think I sent it to you as well. And the version I got was on Baramatu TV. Yeah. That video he recorded. Some people have said, "Oh, Asari is trying to get money from Tinubu." Asari, at all. That video he recorded, it was a genuine warning.
Very.
To Tinubu. It was a friendly, genuine warning. Because as it
one man I go soon come off for this platform now.
As it stands, Madam, it's okay. It's okay. We love you.
Like
as it stands,
who will tell you our story?
As it stands, people are angry. I can tell you that for free. And with Fubara becoming the very first time someone like that to become governor, they will now come and impeach him. It will cause serious problems. Very serious problems. So what he was saying, very accurate. And people are forgetting. Asari Dokubo was president of IYC. As a matter of fact, he was president not too long after Kayama Declaration was put in place. And one of my close relatives was also president of IYC. So these things I'm saying to you.
I was a member of IYC.
Exactly.
In Bayelsa, government house there. You know, Asari was in charge of everything. We've done a lot. We've come a long way. We're very
what he was saying, he was giving him good advice, to be honest with you. Very good advice about how to handle this. And so, the thing is, and one piece, I see what you're saying, that if we all knew Wike was a thug, how do we let him in? Keep in mind, I said this before. It was Patience Jonathan that helped Wike become governor.
Yeah. And we allowed it because of Good Luck Jonathan. And because at that time, Amechi was not cooperating with them.
And Amechi was running his mouth and pissing off Jonathan. So Patience said, okay, Wike was their guy. They put him in office. People are forgetting.
So what you are saying now is that Rivers people actually voted.
Well, Madam Sister, why are you talking like this?
They didn't vote then.
This is Nigeria.
No,
what are you
talking about voting?
Where do we go talk? Who win election now?
Now who win election?
God bless you.
Which voted? Which voted are you talking about now? They don't vote in Nigeria.
Eyes on it. You know the issue I have with this auditing.
This governorship election.
Let me just say one thing. Guys, I'm going to have to take it to the back room. But the conversation can still carry on. Apologies especially to War Peace, who has been here all the way through. Ajanle Koko as well, who has not had sufficient. But let me take it to the back room, acknowledging Ayo's super chat. There's Ayo right there. And Prince as well. I think Prince came in too. So that's Ayo and Prince. So thank you to the super chatter. So guys, let me take it to the back room as you carry on.